Mom, good morning. Jaishu ma'am, very good morning. Shall I start, ma'am?
You start, madam.
Thank you, ma'am. Thank you.
Okay.
Good morning to everyone. I welcome you all to Multidisciplinary National Webinar on Indian Knowledge System, organized by IQAC Initiative, Department of Sociology, in collaboration with Alumni Association of BLD's Association Smt.Bangaramma Sajjan College for Arts, Commerce and Science. We are privileged to have a distinguished speakers with us today who will share their insights on this crucial topic. As a keynote speaker, today we have Honorable Vice Chancellor, Karnataka University, Dharwad, Professor Jayashree Shivanand Madam. Now I request Bhakti Mahendrakar Madam, IQAC Coordinator, Head of the Department. Madam, over to you.
A very good morning to all. A very warm morning to all the dignitaries and participants of this one-day multidisciplinary national webinar organized by BLDEA Associations, Smt.Bangaramma Sajjan, Arts, Commerce and Science College for Women, Vijayapur, Karnataka. Respected speakers, faculty members, dear participants and honored guests. It is a great pleasure to extend a warm and respectful welcome to our esteemed keynote speaker, Professor Jayashree S. Madam, Professor and Vice Chancellor of one of the oldest and proud university of North Karnataka, that is Karnataka University, Dharwad. It is also a proud privilege to welcome Professor Aditya Raj Sir, Department of Humanities and Social Science, Indian Institute of Technology, Patna, Bihar. It's my honor to welcome Sudha Khokte Madam, Department of Sociology, Bangalore University, Bangalore, Karnataka. I'm fortunate to welcome Professor Rajni Bala Madam, Head of the Department of Sociology, BCU College, Batla, Gurdaspur, Punjab. I feel honored to welcome Dr. Sampath Kale Sir from Tata Institute of Social Science, School of Rural Development, Tulzapur, Maharashtra. And I also welcome Dr. M.P. Balgar Sir, Department of Sociology, Karnataka State Akkamahadevi Women University, Vijayapur, Karnataka. We are honored to have such a great academicians throughout India for being with us for one-day multidisciplinary national webinar on Indian knowledge system organized by Department of Sociology in collaboration with Alumni Association under the IQAC initiative of BLDEA Associations Smt.Bangaramma Sajjan, Arts, Commerce and Science College for Women, Vijayapur. Your profound expertise and extensive research in the field of Indian knowledge system, particularly from traditional Gurukul to digital teaching learning process. This will undoubtedly provide valuable insights to all the attendees. We eagerly look forward to your thoughtful, provoking discussion and analysis, which will enrich our understanding for this vital theme. On behalf of everyone present over here, I extend a heartfelt and warm welcome to all the speakers. We are truly privileged to have you with us and looking forward to an engaging and knowledge-gaining sessions. Once again, I welcome all and thank you for being with us. Now I take this opportunity to introduce today's keynote speaker, Professor Jayashree S. Madam. Professor Jayashree S. is presently Senior Professor and Senior Dean of Social Sciences and also holds a position of Acting VC of Karnataka University, Dharwad. She had her early education in Udupi district. After obtaining MA with first rank from Mangalore University in 1987, she started her career as lecturer. During college days, she was honored as a student editor of award-winning college magazine Darshana and also bagged Best Outgoing Student of the college. After 2 years of UG teaching, she joined Karnataka University PG Center at Belgaum as a lecturer in 1989, obtained a PhD in 1998. In 2004, she joined Karnataka University, Dharwad and promoted as professor in 2006 and senior professor in 2018. Professor Jayashree S. Madam served the university in various capacities with rich legacy in each of the positions she occupied. Few of major are Chairperson of the Department of Sociology for 2 terms, She has served as Honorable Director of Women's Studies for 5 years, Warden for Working Women's Hostel, KUD, for 6 years, Member of Editorial Board of Karnataka University Social Science Journal, Director of Lifelong Learning, Director of Internal Quality Assurance Cell for 5 years, Deputy Coordinator of SAP DRS 1 and 2, Director HRDC for 2 years, Content Writer for MHRD's E-Pathashala, Editor for Newsletter for Research Committee 2019, Reviewer for Sage and Springer Publisher. Madam is the first lady to organize 13th KAS National Sociology Conference in Karnataka University, Dharwad. She has visited abroad and presented papers at international conferences which are held at Thailand, Toronto, Canada, Melbourne, and Australia. At present, Madam is President of Karnataka Sociology Association and Research Convener of RC3, Indian Sociological Society, a prestigious organization of India. Madam has published 72 research papers in national journals, published 12 research papers in journals, bold published by United Nations. Madam has attended 14 international conferences and 86 national conferences as a resource person. She has delivered 143 special lectures in academic staff colleges, seminars, workshops, and conferences. Madam has served as member of more than 278 committees as a passionate teacher and has successfully supervised 10 MPhil and 15 doctoral students. As a subject expert, she has associated with 29 curriculum development assignments of various universities of Karnataka and outside. She served as an editor of book Gender and Society. Madam has also completed project from National Commission for Women and other 8 certain projects. Madam students of Madam has recognized her contribution and already instituted a gold medal in her name. She has successfully conducted 27 outreach extension activities in different villages. Madam is life member of 11 professional bodies. She has been awarded Shikshana Sampanne by the university in 2013. As a director of IQAC, she has introduced a uniform filing system, that is UFS, and faculty professional profile to ease the university administration process. With this few words about the Madam, I welcome once again Madam to this webinar, and I thank you. I thank all the organizers for giving me opportunity to welcome all the speakers and to introduce the keynote speaker. Thank you. Over to you, Madam.
Hello, can I speak now? Hello.
Yes, Madam, please.
Okay, can I speak right now? Okay, good morning to everyone.
Good morning, madam. Good morning.
Dear all, good morning. See,
Good morning.
IIT professors are there. Professor Sudha Kokata is there. There are many known people. But paucity of time, I'm not able to give you a lecture. But this is a very good topic which you have selected of IKS. It is a running topic right now. And I congratulate Sajjan, Dr. Sajjan, for having this kind of a conference or workshop, I think it is not conference, workshop, which is opt in nature. Actually, IKS, when we talk about IKS, Indian knowledge system, means we always think of traditional knowledges. But tradition in modernity or tradition in modern society is very important, because traditional knowledge, which were earlier recognized as a knowledge system, which has been relegated because of scientific advancement. But now people are recognizing there is a science in it. So IKS is not Indian knowledge system as such. It is a scientific temper which has been relegated earlier. Now people are thinking and people are digging out the many advantages of that. For example, even our food culture, even what we call town planning, Ayurveda, yoga, medicine. Because, for example, I would like to quote only a medicine, because we have been thinking or we have been practicing allopathy medicine, which is not our traditional medicine. Ayurveda is a traditional medicine, even though there were many, research should be done in this manner. Because, for example, for jaundice, there is a lot of Ayurvedic medicine which can be cured immediately or within 4 or 5 doses, but not through allopathic medicine. There are some issues of health issues are also can be cured through Ayurveda or yoga system. So these are all important issues which we have to focus on. Not only knowledge, philosophy also, literature also. If we dig, that is the only thing is we have to scientifically see, and with the scientific temperament, we have to go delve deep into that and get some scientific ideas through traditional knowledge system. This Indian knowledge system is a great contribution to the universe now, because Indian knowledge system earlier was one of the best knowledge system on par with the Greeks and Romans. But now, because of the what you call, we can say that it is because of some of the vested interest which is posing that their knowledge system is superior than ours. Because India is a poor country, naturally, wherever there is poverty, that poverty itself is a bane for majority of the societies. So because of poor country, whatever poor country says, says it no, says, or whatever the poor country possesses is not a good thing, or it is not a best thing to adopt. That's the phobia, like phobia, or we can say that neglect, or one way it is a marginalization in big world countries or universal level. This is what we are now we have come to forefront, and our philosophy, our knowledge, our literature, our medicine, everything is now rediscovered in a proper scientific temper and scientific what you call scientific advantages we have found. This is what I would like to give you in brief. If I had time, I would have given you one lecture. But the thing is, because of paucity of time, one thing is there are 3 meetings today: syndicate, academic council, and retirement function. So I'm very sorry to tell you that I will exit the meeting. And all the best for all of you, all human, what you call, the people who are in the helm of affairs are here in the conference. I congratulate all of you, and best wishes for paper presenters, and congratulations to organizers. Thank you. Thank you for everything, and thank you for giving me an opportunity to speak for 2 minutes. Thanks a lot. Thank you. I will vacate. Huh? Okay. Thank you. Bye bye then.
Thank you, madam. Thank you. Thank you.
Now we shall move on to first technical session.
Thank you, madam. Very good morning to all of you. It is indeed a great honor and privilege to introduce our esteemed resource person for today's webinar on Indian knowledge system. So we are fortunate to have with us today distinguished academician and an expert in the field of sociology, Dr. Aditya Raj, currently serving as an associate professor of sociology at the Indian Institute of Technology, Patna. Sir has impressive academic background. He completed his bachelor degree in history from Delhi University and diploma in journalism from Bharatiya Vidya Bhavan. And further, he completed master degree in sociology from Jamia Millia Islamia, New Delhi, and later obtained an MPhil in the sociology of education from Jawaharlal Nehru University, New Delhi. Sir's academic journey reached greater heights when he completed his doctorate in sociology as a Commonwealth Fellow from McGill University, Canada in 2007. Post his PhD, Sir has worked at the University of British Columbia, Canada, before joining the IIT Patna in 2010. Sir's area of expertise include contemporary education, migration, development, and qualitative research. His outstanding contribution to the field were recognized when he was awarded the M.N. Srinivas Memorial Prize in 2013 by the Indian Sociological Society for his remarkable publications. Sir has been actively involved in the research projects funded by the prestigious institutions such as the Indian Council of Social Science Research, ICSSR, National Commission for Women, and various ministries of the Government of India. His work has significantly contributed to policy formulation and academic development. Apart from his role at IIT Patna, Sir has also been visiting professor at the Indian Institute of Management Indore, where he taught sociology. In addition to teaching and research, he has presented the numerous papers at the national and international conferences and has authored several publications, including the notable book Discard Studies in India, a case of Patna, available on Amazon. Sir is an esteemed member of multiple professional organizations, including the Indian Sociological Association, American Sociological Association, International Sociological Association, and the American Educational Research Association. He also served as the co-convener of the Research Committee on Migration and Diaspora Studies in the Indian Sociological Society. With such an exceptional academic and professional background, Sir brings immense knowledge and expertise to our session today. We are truly privileged to have him with us, and we look forward to gaining valuable insights from his lecture on the Indian NEP 2020 and Indian knowledge system. So without further delay, I now invite Sir to enlighten us with his thoughts.
Good morning, everyone. Am I audible?
Yes,
Am I
sir.
audible?
Yes, sir, you are audible.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
Thank you, Mr. Suleiman, for such a nice introduction. I am flattered. Thank you, Madam Biradar, Dr. Biradar, for inviting me. Sudha ma'am for linking me with this important national webinar on Indian knowledge systems. We at IIT Patna started teaching what we call IKS, Indian Knowledge System, this semester. And among the faculties chosen to teach this, because they did not find anybody, especially the engineering faculty, to be having the expertise. So yours truly has initiated teaching IKS. The reason I chose is because of my interest, because of my background. As Mr. Suleiman was introducing me, and he said that I have a background in history from Delhi University. As a student of history, reading the historiography, the construction of Indian society by the historians of India, the several things that moved me one of the things was a total disjuncture between what the lived reality in Indian towns, villages, and cities were compared to how history was constructed. So I think it is upon us it is time that we redo the historiography and place the Indian system of knowing, being, and doing, Indian ontology, epistemology, and methodology into the whole discourse. When we try and talk about social inclusion, which is important, which is very, very important, in that context also, it is important to include Indian knowledge system. After graduating from Delhi University, I did a degree in journalism and worked for a newspaper, and then I moved to Jamia Millia, where I did my MA. In Jamia, despite the popular media discourse of animosity between two major religious groups, I did not find any difficulty in walking my ropes as a student in Jamia Millia, after which I came to JNU, and later I taught at Jamia for a year. So this whole discourse that is created about a narrative created seemed a little disjuncture. Later, when I went to McGill, and this is my point of departure in my background of how I got to Indian knowledge system. In my point of departure, it is only when I was at McGill that I realized that how little we know about India, how little we know about Indian knowledge processes that shaped everyday practices of people. There seemed a disjuncture. I was asked to do a presentation on an Indian social theorist. I chose M.N. Srinivas and I went to the chair of the department. And he said, many people have talked about M.N. Srinivas. Then can I talk about, you see, Yogendra Singh, about Andre Bete. All these people were already discussed. So I finally said, can I talk about M.K. Gandhi? Can I talk about Premchand? He said, no, you have to choose somebody. Finally, we settled in talking about a poet from from Sachidanand Vatsayan Agye's poem, and discussed about Agye as a sociologist. It was when I was moved. Later, my supervisor, who was from America, very much groomed into the American educational system, he used to ask me, like, who is your favorite sociologist? So Weber. How about India? So you see, there's a lacuna. We don't know much about our sociologists. When I did my presentation on Premchand, and in preparation to that, because I'm from Hindi belt, although my education has been throughout an English medium in St. Xavier's Sahibganj ICC board, but each time in Premchand's novel, I read all 8-9 of them as much as I could. We looked at institutions as how society is reflected. And Premchand is very near. He's from very, very close to us. Now, the point that I'm trying to make is many a times our identity, our being is known to our knowing, which is lacking. As I told you, and that is the first point I want to convey, is only when I was at McGill and later as a faculty at University of British Columbia, by then I had started reading and talking about several things. Some of the things I'll tell you about Gita, some quotations from Bhagavad Gita, from Upanishads, especially from Chandogya Upanishad. So I started talking and learning. It is part of our identity. It is a different story. It is a different story that many of us know or don't know because of the construction of history that is given to us, that our knowledge system started being relegated, being pushed into the background during the medieval ages, and then with the British colonial Raj, British colonial system, starting from Macaulay, who told us that how important English education was, that we were fighting among ourselves in the name of language, and that English language will solve it, and that how our cultural systems were not good and Victorian, evangelical processes will cure all the ills of India. So over a period of time, our education system, and I can tell you about several important writings. There is a book by Gauri Viswanathan. She's from, I think she's at Columbia University now. Her book called The Mask of Conquest talks about how education system during the colonial time. I think for students, if they're attending this webinar, it is very, very important. I don't want to talk to my colleagues because from my colleagues like yourself, as I can see, Professor, Dr. Sambit Kale is there. Many of us, probably all of us, have been learning and knowing and talking about this. I think talking to the students will help. And to the students, my first point is that please look up for Gauri Viswanathan's book, The Mask of Conquest, to understand the knowledge production system, how it was created into what C calls Western Anglo-Saxon Protestant, WASP, Western Anglo-Saxon Protestant system of knowledge. So all of us being, put into that, so important discoveries, say for instance, important discoveries that Copernicus found out that, that the world was not flat and all those stories from European system. Probably they don't know. They don't know that from long time, we call our geography in Hindi as Bhugol, which means that the Bhumi Khand is goal. We already knew about this. We already knew the place where I live in Patna is known as famous for Aryabhatta's knowledge system, Susruta Samhita, all of these. So it is because of the Western knowledge system, Western Anglo-Saxon Protestant knowledge system, where our knowledge system was relegated. I can give you a lot of examples. One of my PhD student, she was the first IIT Patna started in 2010, and then the PhD program a few years later, and then several PhD students started coming. And the first ST student that came to IIT Patna was my student. Very proudly, she was from Rao tribe. And in discussions, we used to talk about, she's completed, and she's a faculty at Center for the Study of Social Systems in Calcutta. So Bibhuti Naik and we used to talk about the community, language, witchcraft, so a lot of things in the community. And she was supposed to write a term paper. And she said, I'm going to write a term paper on my community's institutions, which my grandparents used to say would be there. So her community, Orang community's institution is called Dhumkuria. So she started investigating, finding out. And there came a process when this community institutions, it is called Dhumkuria, like some other community, it is Gothul, it is all other names are there. So the Orang community tribal institution, which is called Dhumkuria, was the school, was the dispensary where all youths gathered in the evening to share their knowledges, to discuss things. Now, one famous anthropologist who was traveling through India at that point of time looked at this from his own Victorian lens, probably, and with value judgment, he writes that these tribal institutions where youths meet are promiscuous institutions. Now, producing knowledge from high standpoint and talking about this, later many of these tribal institutions were gone. The tribals were told that these institutions were not good, they were promiscuous institutions. They started internalizing this. Many of these institutions were done away. It is in the recent past that the government is trying to rejuvenate these institutions of all tribal groups. So this is one point that I'm saying. As I told you, that when I was in Canada at McGill University, I realized that how little we know about Indian knowledge system. We are so much ingrained into believing that this is the way to go. We try not to question. And it is historiography, the construction of history in a particular way, that we have been told about this. For instance, I'm from Bihar, and Mrs. Professor Romila Thapar, she says that history of India is the history of Bihar, and all things about Bihar, and Asoka and the decline of Mauryas, and everything. But never ever any of the historian talks about the deep-seated backwardness of Bihar in terms of how the knowledge about Bihar constructed by others or by Biharis themselves have been. For instance, I'll point out 3 reasons for the underdevelopment for this reason, which is nobody's talking about. One is Lord Cornwallis taxation system. Lord Cornwallis was such a big failure. He was leading the army that was defeated by George Washington, and England lost control of America. That revenue generating America was independent. Lord Cornwallis was being sent as punishment to Africa, and he bargained and came to India. When he came to India, he promised to generate a lot of revenue, and he generated through the different land revenue system, Raitwari system, Mehalwari system, and the permanent land revenue system in this part, Eastern India, so to say. And this permanent system created a class of people, landed gentry, who were given land to collect taxes. And this led to land being in some people's hand and then a lot of landless people. So if you see a lot of Biharis working as laborers in different part of India, it goes back to the colonial system of land revenue, where some people, some Biharis have a lot of money, many others, many others, nothing. Then when India became independent, during Nehruvian socialism, there was a policy called freight equalization policy. This freight equalization policy, friends, it created a system. This policy, by and large, it was like if any goods found in this part of the world, Bihar, Orissa, or any place, Karnataka, would be made available at the same price in all over India. There were a lot of railway ministers from Bihar and Bengal. So if labor is willing to move, if raw materials are being sent, factories are sent in elsewhere, then people will go to work in different places. And nobody talks about that. Then there was a system in the 70s during the socialist regime, which was called Passed Without English, PWE system. So the PWE system was created by Karpuri Thakur. When he came to power, he said that a lot of people are not able to read English, so they should be allowed to have a open copybook exam for English. It was allowed. It is called, Karpuri division. And then 3 days later, there was maths exam. Everybody copied in maths also. And then there was so much copying, education system totally gone. It is only in the recent past that people are talking about the legacy, trying to revamp, and Nitish Kumar government. This is just an example that I told you. First example, I said that when I was at McGill in a foreign institution as a bright PhD student, that I realized that I was a topper, but do I know so much about my own systems of education? Do I know about my society as I should know? No, I did not know. The next thing, when I came back and started working in IIT Patna, which I joined, I was not sure I will join, but because both me and my spouse both got hired there, so we thought it will be okay, both of us. It's very difficult to find job at the same place, so we started working. And then we realized that, okay, Bihar is underdeveloped, but nobody's talking about in the right context, in the right kind of how knowledge was produced. Nobody talks about what happened to the Buddhist system of knowledge. Nobody talks about, why Nalanda was burned. Nalanda University Library was burned. Army was deployed to keep it burning. It was burned because a certain then professor of medicine cured Bakhtiyar Khilji, who was not being able to cure through the medical processes he knew. And the emperor was asked to convert and join the religion of the ruler, which he resisted. He was the professor. He was forced to. So nobody talks about that. So maybe let's get started about talking about Indian knowledge system, and I'll show you through some of the studies that I'm doing how the NEP 2020 has the right kind of seats to sort of revamp IKS, Indian knowledge system. I don't know if you know, there is a very important Mahavakya, big saying in Bhagavad Gita, which says, let me read it. It says, Nahi Gyanen sa sadra pavitramasi vidyate, तत्व स्वयं योग सिद्धि कालिनामी विदिते. It says इस संसार में दिव्य ज्ञान के समान कुछ भी शुद्ध नहीं है. There is nothing प्योर लाइक नॉलेज एंड ह्यूमन बीइंग और मनुष्य दीर्घकालीन योग और तपस्या अभ्यास के द्वारा मन को शुद्ध कर लेता है और उचित समय पर हृदय में वो ज्ञान का आह्वान करता है. So it is through a practice. Knowledge acquisition was linked with yoga, with meditation, with prayer, with the right kind of mindfulness. Today we talk about how there is so much stress among students, IIT students, IIM students, but nobody talks about how much we have sort of created a system where there's no concept of context specific mindfulness, body, mind, all of these linked with. So nobody talks about that. And this is a very, very important saying. I can link and talk to you about some of the important things. For instance, Upanishads. There is an Upanishads called Chandogaya Upanishad. In Chandogaya Upanishad, there is a Mahavakya. A student, he has studied, completed his 25 years, he comes home, there is a dialogical point with his father who is asking him how his experience was in the Gurukula, and he talks about what are the things he has learned. And his father was also an important person, and he said, this is important. I have cut the story short. And he says, all that you have learned is important. But, and here I quote, he says, tat tvam asi. ये सारा ज्ञान तुम हो, इस ज्ञान का प्रतिबिंब तुम हो, इस ज्ञान की रूपरेखा तुम हो. You are the node, you are the pivot. So all knowledge, until unless you dispense it properly, is no good. And therefore, whether it is Gita, whether it is any dharma sastra, maybe when I started teaching IKS at IIT Patna, looking at the curriculum, I called my PhD advisor, I talked to my colleagues, and I finally focused on Dharmapala's The Sacred Tree to start with. There is I'll again quote something which says, Sa vidya ya vimukti, jaisa gyan vaisi mukti. It depends on how we put through it. Now, I don't want to take a lot of time. I'll directly, from setting the importance of IKS, I'll link with NEP, how NEP has created the process. Now, I've been reading NEP, doing presentations, few paper, and because I'm in IIT and I'm good in computational methods, so sometimes I use some of these methods which might be new, but students can note down and try and do this. I use a discourse analysis process. Exactly, it is called LDA. It is called Latent Diacritic Allocation System. Latent Dirichlet Allocation, LDA. It is a mathematical modeling process where we look at which things are used how many times. For instance, when we look at NEP 2020 as a document and do an LDA, Latent Dirichlet Allocation. Dirichlet was a mathematician. He had a team, very famous for mathematical modeling. So sometimes, there's a lot of debate. So people say NEP is good, bad, because it is by a particular government, and then it may not be good. But I think it has a lot of potential. As a student of education, sociology of education, I've looked at all the documents. Now, when I used to look at Yaspal committee report or say national curriculum formulations of 80s and 90s, we had looked from socialist perspective, from inclusion, class, language. But after staying for a decade in another country and thinking about the importance of germinating Indian knowledge system, I think this is the document. And I'll tell you exact points. Now, when we do LDA on NEP 2020, we find some of the words which are recurrently used, like indigenous knowledge, culture, higher education. As I told you, I'm also teaching a course in IIT Patna. So we did a survey, especially when I was told about this presentation and I said, I'm going to talk about, it should not be I'm talking about, only about LDA. because we are sociologists, we do a lot of field methods. So I prepared a questionnaire and did a survey among the MTech students here. I could not catch hold of BTech students because they had their mid-semester exam, and I'll give you the findings of the surveys in a couple of minutes later. But coming back to NEP and learning about NEP through LDA. Now, exactly paragraph 9.1 and 9.3 of NEP 2020, where there are thoughts about higher education institutions are mentioned. I'll quote from it using LDA. 9.1 and 9.3 of NEP 2020 says, within quotes, higher education plays an extremely important role in promoting human as well as societal well-being and in developing India as envisaged. So higher education institutions, very, very important. Now, it further says that India should be envisaged through the constitutions to create a democratic, just, socially conscious, cultured, and human nation upholding liberty, equality, fraternity, and justice for all. So we are not diluting on anything. Higher education, to quote again, significantly contributes towards sustainable livelihood, economic development of the nation, as India moves towards becoming a knowledge economy and society, a world power, which India will become. That is not being, I'm saying about from ego or ideological standpoint or from anything. Two things will develop India, and there's no astrologer saying. As a sociologist, I can tell you, India was blamed by the Western media, by the Western knowledge production system for having so much population. But nobody told us until we started learning from Amitabh Ghosh, the famous demographer, that India has so much demographic dividend. Look at the mean age of Indian population. It is less than 30. It is 26 point something. Whereas China is reaching 40. In some of these Western countries, they don't have the replacement ratio of the population. 2 people are not producing 2. So we have a big demographic dividend. Either jobs will come to us, we should just have the right kind of skills and values, or we will go and take the jobs. The reason people move to some of these Western countries is not because of the only push factor, there's also pull factor. They don't have the right kind of working populations in fact, places like Canada, Quebec in Canada, the replacement ratio of the population is less than 2. And the second point is, besides India's, youthful population, it is the focus on India's knowledge system. Whenever there is trouble, people seek peace, cooperation, yoga, mindfulness. Look at the kind of things people need. Until they don't need, they want to talk about their own things. So moving on further, I hope I have time, and I'll finish on time. There is point 10.1 and 11.12 in NEP 2020, which says, and I quote, the main thrust of this policy regarding higher education is to end the fragmentation. So one thing is about higher education being the node, the pivot for ushering in important focus on IKS. The second is that higher education must end the fragmentation of knowledge production and dissemination through multidisciplinary universities, colleges, HEIs, clusters, and knowledge hubs. It further says in 11.1, I've opened the document about the need of transdisciplinary approach. It says India has a long tradition of holistic and multidisciplinary learning, from universities such as Taxila and Nalanda to the extensive literature of India coming subjects across fields. Ancient Indian literature works such as Banavatta's Kadambari describes a good education as knowledge of the 64 kalpas or arts. You see? So important of multidisciplinary. First is important of higher education, no fragmentation of knowledge, no demeaning of our own knowledge system. Our sacred verses, they had so much meaning. Our religion was so entwined with nature. It is only, and I read some document to help you understand, that Newtonian model or Cartesian dualism, and I'm quoting this from a document prepared by Wellerstein. It is called Open the Social Sciences, Report of the Gulbenkian Commission on the Restructuring of Social Sciences. where they say that it is the Cartesian dualism of good bad, of wrong right, black white. My professor, Professor T.K. Woman, who was at JNU, he's from Kerala, retired, very renowned professor. We take pride in saying that he was the only professor from India and, in fact, from the global south to be the president of the International Sociological Association. Very nice. So, Professor T.K. Woman, in one of his lectures, he says that you look how we prepare our food, how we eat our food. It is not that we have a unilinear. We have a lot of culinaries presented. There's a lot of dishes together. They are so intertwined with healthy living, being. It is. We were. I mean, I am a non-vegetarian, but T.K. Oman was himself a non-vegetarian. In one of his lectures, he says that, we eat non-veg on the promise of the spices. Otherwise, our cultural systems are not prepared for that. Now, coming back and trying to help you understand the importance of NEP, the promise of NEP, the hope from NEP 2020, there is a section 22.11 about the promotion of Indian culture and art. And I quote from it. It says, within quote, high quality programs and degrees in translation and interpretation, art and museum administration, archaeology, artifact conservation, graphic design, and web design within the higher education system will create a process, you see. They talk about multilingualism, Sanskrit, Pali, all languages. In JNU, where I did my MPhil, there's so much, Persian Center, Arabic Center, Urdu Center. The Center for Study of Sanskrit was started during Vijayapur's time. I should not be sounding. I'm very much about inclusion, but I am about inclusion of Indian knowledge system also. Let me remind to you about NEP 2020 11.8, which says, within quotes, towards the attainment of such a holistic and multidisciplinary education, the flexible and innovative curriculum of all HEIS, higher education institutions, shall include credit-based courses, projects in the area of community engagement and service. Our engagement with the Western knowledge system did not allow us to engage with our community. We were forced to. We have doctors will do surveys, or engineers will go and have some internship, or people from IIM Indore will go and serve the community. Why being forced? It is part of whatever you are, it's part of your community, your family. How can you be strong without touching the feet of your parents, without taking care of them? Nobody can grow without being anchored into the community. So it is NEP which is telling us that environmental education is important. It is so important. I sometimes, when I was being introduced, it was told that I have worked on discard studies. I did a project on waste management. And drawing from, and I'm not saying, there is a pronouncement by the High Court of Patna, which in a judgment against the Patna Municipal Corporation told that Patna is a garbage city of India. I personally think the kind of environmental education that people must have got here, cultural stagnancy, Harappan civilization was better than the drainage system in Patna. Each year there is so much filth, and we don't have to compare with the West. In my book, I compare Patna with Indore, for instance. Look at Indore. Look at the kind of system. Now, environmental education, school curriculum we have, but it has to be community-based, value-based. Now, let me remind you, and when we are talking about IKS, importance of Indian knowledge system, I purposely wanted to talk about NEP, which is giving us a clear opportunity. Say, for instance, 12.8, it says, within quotes, India will be promoted as a global study destination, providing premium education at affordable cost, thereby helping to restore its role as Vishwa Guru. It was, and probably it will be. And let us not compare and connect with any ideology. Let's connect with the need of the community. It says an international student office at each HEI hosting foreign students will be created. I hope so. I hope people will come and study in our community, in our higher education institutions, like they did during Nalanda and Vikramshila. I am from a place which is very close to Vikramshila, my native place, and where I work, it is very close to Nalanda. Last time I went to Nalanda University, people go and see the ruins of Nalanda University. And I hope, maybe not in our lifetime, but probably the seeds will be sown to restore our glory. And as we go to foreign institution and we take pride that I studied in this place, you know, for instance, about me, people we will take pride that they came and studied in our community. IKS encompasses what is called Gyan, Vigyan, Jivan Darshan. As I told you, I did a survey. I'll keep on time, madam. I did a survey where the first question we asked is, did they know about IKS? You'll be surprised to know, maybe in the university it might be different compared to the IITs, because in the IIT system, all the students come with so much stress and coaching. So maybe it will be better survey in universities. And hardly, only 13.5 they knew. So we asked them the next question, how did they know about it? And all of them knew through their family. So either, and this is across caste and gender, whether it is upper caste or lower caste class, it is only through the family, through the grannies. Who in the family? The third question was. It was probably the grandparents. And it's, we have in IIT Patna, we have a lot of students from Hyderabad, and most of the kids who have studied, say, in with their parents, they know about it. Rest in coaching in Narayana, Chaitanya, Sri Chaitanya, they hardly know about anything about ICAS. Now the next set of question was, how are they liking the courses? Now everybody is liking, they're learning new things. They did not know anything such as these about, there are a couple of instructors other than me. There is somebody from electrical engineering, there is somebody who does work on medical electronics. So these kids were surprised to know about Sutra Samhita, or from mathematics, some of the things that they many of our knowledge system passed on through the Arabic world to the Western world. And when they realized it, they said, Renaissance, we have reached it. And it is the offshoot of Renaissance that was thrown onto us, and we were asked to develop and catch up the stairs. So the kids are enjoying, connecting with the algorithm, for instance. They came to know, but many of these formulations were there in our systems. So, madam, I'll conclude now so that we can have a couple of questions. I think this discussion is very, very important on IKS, and I think NEP 2020 is sowing the right kind of seeds. Let us have some questions. It is 25 and madam told us to be on time. I hope I am on time. I have not let you down. Thank you very much. I'll stop now.
Thank you so much, sir.
Thank you so much, sir, for your valuable words. Thank you so much, sir, for your valuable words. Now we will begin with technical session second. We have resource person, Professor Sudha Kokate, Madam, Department of Sociology, Bangalore University, Bangalore. Now I request Anita Dolly, Madam, Head of the Department. Any questions and queries from the audience? Participants? Is there any questions from the students, audience?
No problem. I think let us proceed with the second presentation. Thank you. Looking forward to Sudha ma'am.
Thank you, Aditya sir, for your valuable words. Thank you so much. Next session we will begin at 12 o'clock.
So I leave now. I have to attend something. Thank you. Thank you.
Yes, sir. You can.
Okay. Thank you, Mr. Suleiman. Bye now. You can keep in touch about about anything, especially computational methods and all that is in mind.
Morning.
Yeah, can you hear me?
Yeah, ma'am. Yeah. Start. Shall I start, ma'am?
Ma'am, shall we begin the session?
Yeah.
So now we will proceed with the technical session second. We have a resource person, Professor Sudha Kokate Madam. I request Professor Anita Dolly Madam to introduce Sudha Madam. Madam, over to you.
Good morning to everyone. It's my great privilege to introduce our esteemed resource person for today's one-day national webinar, Professor Sudha Kokate Madam. Professor Sudha Kokate Madam is a distinguished faculty member at Bangalore University with 14 years of teaching experience. She has completed her MA and MPhil from Jawaharlal Nehru University, New Delhi, and earned her PhD from Gulbarga University. Her research specialization includes gender, health, and education. A prolific academic, she has published articles in various journals, presented papers, and participated in national and international conferences. She has also been invited as a speaker and has chaired multiple sessions at esteemed academic events. Professor Sudha Madam is an active member of the Karnataka Sociology Association and serves as the convener of RC6 marginalized groups, weaker sections, and human rights. She is also a member of Managing Committee of the Indian Sociological Society, that is ISS, and an active participant in International Sociological Association. Beyond academia, she contributes as an expert for the NGO called Sakhi, which focuses on the rehabilitation of Devadasi children in Karnataka. Additionally, she has co-authored the book Conceptual Foundations of Sociology, further solidifying her contributions to the field. We are truly honored to have Madam with us today to share valuable insights on Indian knowledge system. I am sure that this session will be enlightening and thought-provoking for all the participants. Without further ado, let us welcome Professor Sudha Kokate Madam to this webinar. Thank you organizers for giving me this opportunity to introduce our esteemed resource person, Professor Sudha Kokate Madam. Thank you. Over to you, Madam.
Good afternoon. Am I audible?
Yes, ma'am. Very good afternoon, ma'am.
Yeah. Good afternoon, everybody. I thank the. Yeah, you can see me, right?
Ma'am, please have to join.
Yeah. Okay.
Okay, ma'am.
Yeah. Good afternoon, everybody, and I would like to thank the college, the principal, who's also here today. Good afternoon, sir. Thank you so much for organizing this event.
Thank you, Sudha Madam.
Yeah.
Thank you so much.
Thank you, and
It is my great pleasure to be part of this webinar and your insights.
Yes, thank you for organizing this wonderful session and inviting me to be a part of this program. I would like to thank, and I'm very proud of my student Sudnaini, who is organizing this and for the first time. And I wish the college and Sudnaini, organize more of such events in the future to contribute to the sociology academics of sociology. I'll be talking about, that's always there. Don't worry. Okay, and I was listening to all these speakers, the two keynote speaker, Jayashree ma'am and Aditya Raj in the morning. And I also saw how they spoke about the Indian knowledge system and how it is to be documented and preserved and made aware of the system, and also how there are challenges today to do the same. So, but then we should also understand the challenges, in spite of the challenges, how the education NEP is also pushing forward the Indian knowledge system to the to gain knowledge in the society with all our youngsters. And I will be talking about from the gender perspective of it, right? Now, when we look at this gender perspective, I'm only going to talk about how women have contributed and how they have been represented in the Indian knowledge system, and how they have played a significant place as a contributor or as a practitioner, or preserving the knowledge across disciplines of sociology, across philosophy, medicine, even you see them in literature and in arts, right? The wisdom of ancient society, ancient knowledge, is something that we've all heard about it, we've all been practicing about it, we've all been talking about it, and we've seen in the main domains how most of the women have made a significant contribution to various fields and various intellectual and especially in the spiritual fields. So if you go from philosophy to science to literature to arts, we have seen in almost all the narratives how women have been shaping the knowledge systems, and but we also see how they were underappreciated, right? So that is what we need to talk about, their underappreciation, and why it is important for us to highlight what they spoke, and how it is important for us now in the contemporary world. So we see right from the Vedic to the post-Vedic periods, how women were acknowledged and how they were, they were acknowledged for their philosophical and spiritual insights, especially during the Upanishads, which are the oldest philosophical texts that we hear about. That had featured a lot of women philosophers. We all know some of them, like Gargi and Maitri. Gargi was known for her intellectual power, for her special philosophical debate with the male scholars like Yajnavalkya. And also on the same lines, we see Maitri on the other side, who was a very wise woman and the Upanishadic tradition, during the Upanishad tradition. And she is also credited for her ideas about what she spoke on the nature of self and reality. Okay. And most important, what we see here is these women were not only revered for their intellectual understanding, but we also see how these women played an important role in shaping the spiritual discourse of that time, during that time, right? And even during the Bhakti movement, what we see is how women played an important role. And most important is we hear about Mirabai, right? Her songs, Mere To Giridhar Gopal, that's a very famous song. All of us have heard about it, right? And she was somebody during the 16th century, known for her mystic poetry, and the saint, was also the most celebrated, one of the figures in the devotional literature. What we also see about Mirabai, and we need to know about her spiritual, contribution, is that she rejected her, the societal constraints, and what she transcends into the pursuit of purity, of divine love, right? So that is where, by rejecting the societal constraints, she went on to talk about the divine love towards Lord Krishna. And her legacy even continues today with her, timeless devotion, and the kind of poetic brilliance she had. When we talk about her poems again to Lord Krishna, that reflects not only her spiritual, as I said, depth, but also her, apprehensions towards the patriarchal structures. So she, though was born as a princess, she who was also known for her poetic contribution, she also became a spiritual rebel. So that's very important for us to know that, because her legacy is not only defined with the devotion of Lord Krishna, but also how she tried to challenge the rigid norms of caste, gender, and societal expectations in the society. So that's a big thing of Mirabai, who spoke about her spirituality and her journey, and towards and love towards Lord Krishna, withstanding all the challenges of patriarchy and gender and societal expectations. So she even now remains as one of the, you can say, she's like a beacon light who has inspired her spiritual depth in, within the setup of the patriarchal structures. So she was again a voice who chose instead to immerse herself in the devotional practice dedicated to Krishna, and her decision, to prioritize her spiritual calling over her family obligations, because she was born in as a princess and in a Rajasthani family, but keeping the rigid patriarchal norms and other societal norms. She went against all the family obligations, and she was seen as a radical act. That was a radical act that she did, leading to a lot of conflicts with her in-laws and her societies and her society at large. So that devotional poetry, as a protest, Mirabai's poetry was against the oppressive norms in the society. So her compositions, when you look at it and read and listen to her bhajans, you will see a lot of themes, on surrender and love and longing for Krishna. But they were absolute, they were subtle critic of the caste system and gender equalities, even in those bhajans. Her approach, we can see as an egalitarian approach, which again today resonates with our um, talking about the understanding deeply involving in the Mirabai's defense was with the patriarchal society, and there are a lot of stories which talk about how her family and society disapproved of her public devotion, and how they even tried to suppress her spiritual pursuits. So despite all these challenges, she still remained strong and unwavering in her faith. And then she spoke about herself immersing, moving from this worldly life towards spirituality. So what you see about Mirabai is, to the Bhakti movement is something that is unparalleled, even at the history of the Bhakti movement, you can say. And even today, her songs continue to be sung across the country, and how it talks about the relevance and emotional power, right? So her poems express the joy of divine love, pain of separation, viraha, that is, she's talking about. Most of her bhajans talk about the devotion and rejection of material wealth, and a rejection of societal expectations at the same time. So that is reflected in her journey, where she talks about surrendering herself to the divine love. And then we also had other, women saints like Andal and Laleshwari, who through their teachings, they also talk about the philosophical idea of devotion as a personal and their transformative experiences in their journey of spirituality. So these are the two women who expressed devotion again through their poetry and teaching. They were talking about their personal transformation, and they're also talking about the societal norms and how to keep, unbothered about this and go ahead in their pursuit of a spiritual journey. So what we see about Andal is the poetess who was at the 8th century in Tamil Nadu. She was known for her Tamil Vaishnavas, as a Vaishnava saint, poetess, and one of the 12 devotees, in Tamil Nadu. So she's often regarded as the only female Alvar and is associated with Sri Vaishnavism tradition in Tamil Nadu. So here she's also talking about, through her poem, she's expressing her intense devotion, and in the form of Ranganatha at the temple of Sri Rangama, where she's marked, by her poems in its emotional intensity. And she's often also portrayed as a devotee, talking of Lord, talking of the philosophy, her devotion, transcending all the ritual practices. So she talks not about the ritual, but she talks about the spirituality part of it, where she is expressing liberation, right? And she's also talking about the challenges in her poems through societal, from the societal constraints, by presenting, as a spiritual guide to all the women in the society. So her Andal's poetry is also talking about gender and societal norms. So she's talking about her devotion, her devotional life, her deep connection with God, free from the traditional roles imposed on the woman in the society, because we all know how women and how religion kept women out of being as a priestess of the temple, or not giving them any powers, to perform or to be a part of most of the pujas in our system, which even till today we see that, right? So through her poems, her narratives only speaks of her power to surrender and of faith, not bothering about the rituals that the society put and the restrictions on women at that point of time. Then we had another poet of the 14th century in the Kashmir, Laleshwari, right? She was also a Kashmiri poetess, known for her Shaivism tradition, communicated a lot of self, divinity, and universe. She was also known for her experiential connection with God, and she spoke about the non-duality, the Advaita, the self and the God at that point of time, where she spoke about the goal to realize the self and to have a deeper connection with the divine. So Laleshwari's poetry also gives a message to the society, gave a message of liberation and societal constraints. So we should appreciate these, women, their spiritual journeys, not bothered about the patriarchy and the societal norms, which became a hurdle, but moving beyond all this, they rose. They challenged the rigid structure and social hierarchies, especially the norms regarding, as I said earlier, the role of women in the religious practices that we see even today. But fighting the same religious practices in these 8th century and 7th century was something very, very challenged, and to become rebellious at that point of time, we should appreciate the determination and the spirituality and the philosophy that they have contributed to the Indian tradition and the knowledge system, which is known even today, right? And both these ladies spoke about the the worldly attachments. They spoke about ego, even societal structures, and their writings have been more expressing on deep mystical experiences that they have undergone, and that came out in their writings. So their experience of with the divine, with the mind, with free from distractions, with a very deep soul devotion. They talk about the bhakti and talking about religious, going beyond the religious and philosophical boundaries. So it only reflected the divine that was within them, and they spoke about the inner transformation. Okay. Then we also see how we see how women, even in science and medicine, they have been they have played a significant role, but yet they were overlooked at that point of time. And one of the Ayurvedic tradition system of medicine, for instance, even the Chakra Samhita, which is known as a key treatise in Ayurveda, even those texts mention about women healers, women physicians who have contributed to the understanding of disease and treatment methods at that point of time. So the Charaka Samhita also talks about the ancient texts of Ayurveda, which is basically known, or attributed to the saint Charaka. Now, this foundational work in the field of internal medicine, we see there were a very famous woman who spoke about uh, the ailments, and one of the renowned woman medicine practitioner at that point of time, which according to the Charaka Samhita is Sulabha, and she was an Ayurvedic physician. Now, she also was known for her renowned, Ayurvedic physician from ancient India, who was celebrated for her deep holistic, knowledge that she had, and her expertise in treating a lot of ailments. She was one woman with the integration of science and compassion, used a lot of natural remedies, precise, diagnosing at the disease, and the traditional practices that were rooted in the Ayurveda. What we see, and we need to appreciate and talk about Sulabha is she emphasized on the balance in the body, mind, and spirit. And she spoke about the medicinal plants. She spoke about the dietary adjustments. She spoke about the understanding of healthcare in ancient Indian traditions, right? So she was basically highlighting on the important role of women in the field of, we are talking about in the field of medicine. And then, as I spoke about the poetess and Sulabha, we also see there are other women who have contributed in literature and arts. We see especially in Sanskrit literature, we need to mention about Lopamudra and Apala. And these women are also mentioned in our Vedic texts, right? So we need, they were talking about understanding of the divine nature, human emotions. And coming to arts, Indian classical dance forms, we've had Natya Shastra, one of the important ancient performing arts, which talks about, includes, giving reference to women as skilled dancers. They were known for their musical journey, and as a playwriter also, right? So some of them were also performers in ancient temple rituals, who through their dance and music preserved and transmitted the sacred knowledge in the society. Now, if you look at in literature, the authors, like the 20th century, in our very own state, all of us are familiar with Akka Mahadevi, right? Known for her vachanas, her devotional poems, poems which again Akka Mahadevi spoke about self-realization and devotion. And it talks about, even today, we hear about her vachanas, which have a deep intellectual understanding, and the poetic tradition that continues today of the 20th century, 12th century. So, likewise, she was a poet, she was a mystic who became, became a powerful voice of devotion and self-expression. And she was also breaking from all the confines of the societal norms. And she was also offering a new way of worship through her, with her attachment, with the attachment of with the Lord Shiva. And Akkama Devi's poetry, also referred to, as we all know, as vachanas, is very spiritual, is very personal, and it's also very revolutionary in nature, because she's talking about her intense devotion to Lord Shiva and her rejections towards the materialistic values, right? So this 12th century uh, born a saint, Akkama Devi, was, we all know the history about this saint, married at a very early age. She went against marriage, renounced it, renounced even the traditional life imposed upon her by society. Her rejection of arranged marriage also signified one of her strong will and fighting nature and spirit to be free from her, the other desires, and looking forward for her spiritual liberation, right? Rather than having any kind of an earthly ties. So her journey of devotion was also influenced, we see, which has a deep influence in the teachings of Basava, right? The another philosopher saint of the Veerashaiva movement, who emphasized again on the devotion, on the rituals and the dogmas of religion and societal, rigid societal norms during that point of time. So Akkama Devi's poetries and life in general, if we have to look at it, were a part of this larger religious and philosophical movement that also rejected, which rejected the caste system. It spoke about the idol worship and ritualistic practices, to name some of. And her poems or her vachanas are again noted for her spiritual content and emotional depth. So what we see is, her works have been encouraged, the followers to look into the divine within them, and transcending the limitation of the physical world. What we see in all these, whether it is Mirabai or Akkama Devi or the Kashmiri or the Tamil, saints, we look at how there was a power of love, how there was purity in their devotion, and the quest for self-realization, where the heart, of their message, and they are portraying as a lover, as their language spoke about separation and longing found in these mystical traditions worldwide. And in this way, they explore not just religious devotion, but also deep personal emotional experiences. So they spoke about breaking of social and caste boundaries. They challenged gender norms and also caste-based social order by emphasizing their true devotion to God, and that transcended, from any form of social stratification, for that matter. So since we all know that our societies, our patriarchal structures, ancient societies, we see all these, and in many other civilizations. So patriarchy was the dominant social system which relegated women to a private sphere, who did not allow them to come openly and speak or talk about their mind or any kind of a liberation in the society. But as a result, what we also see, the many of women faced limitation in pursuing education or engaging in intellectual debates. They were not seen in the main domain, or because that domain was only for the men. And these frameworks in the Indian society were also reinforced by religious and cultural texts. So many of them, women were portrayed as a subordinate to men. And even in our Vedic and the post-Vedic texts, acknowledge women philosophers and scholars, like, as I said previously, Gargi and Maitri. And the general societal attitude towards women's education was very dismissive, because they were not encouraged to have formal education. And with all these, we still see the woman I mentioned came out, spoke their mind out in form of a devotion, and gave a message to the society, spoke about gender equality, caste, patriarchy, and rigid societal norms. So if we look at in other way, we are also talking about marginalization of women's contribution here to the Indian knowledge system is also a systematic erasure of their roles from historical narratives, because they have been not spoken about, they have not been acknowledged, and their contribution were not narrated properly in the society. So over centuries, many of their achievements of women scholars or poets, they were either forgotten or they were only attributed towards the male scholars and practitioners. So what for example, the contribution of women, even in the development of Indian music and dance forms, was always again overshadowed by male figures. Who became the central figures of these traditions. But in some cases, women did make a significant contribution and were actively silenced. But during the Bhakti movement, we see many female poets, like as I mentioned, they came out, controlled the narrative religious devotion through their poets, and through their devotion and through their romanticizing the divine, they contributed in their own right. And then so if you talk about medicine, if you talk about Ayurveda, we've seen a woman Sulabha, for example, even the Charka Samhita talks about. They've played an important role in innovating and have been their pioneers in their own right. And then if you look at, so what we are looking towards is that our Indian knowledge system should not be made as a journey, but we need to express and see how the tradition fits in the modern society. And for that, we need to look at the legal awareness or the public awareness, how we need to bring in gender equality in many fields, how we need to talk about our legal system, and also talk about the gender justice system to be placed in the right form, and implementing of these Indian knowledge system in the contemporary legal framework is also very important. And to talk about the recent a few days back, how the Allahabad court the judge spoke about in one of the verdicts was very, pathetic, not taken well in the society, and many condemned the same thing, because this is what, people talk about when you define, when you talk about violence, when you talk about rape, when you talk about abuse against women, and putting the same kind of perspective in today's world is setting a tone for a very dangerous future. So, for that matter, we need to have more women in in our judicial system and in the police system, which we can also see. Women are addressed; their gender issues are addressed, they are taken care of, and we need to celebrate women from irrespective of all art forms and their knowledge contributed, because their journey within the Indian knowledge system is needs to be understood in terms of progress, challenges, and opportunities. And we need to build an historical insight to understand and promote any kind of a social change today. So, with that, I would like to, ensure and talk about end, with bringing that we need to maintain a balance in preserving our cultural traditions, ensuring justice and equality for women at the same time. So we need to combine the strengths of Indian knowledge system with modern, contemporary, frameworks, where we need to create more inclusive and effective system for a woman who is respected and taken care, and preserve the knowledge that they contribute to our society. So, thank you so much for giving me this opportunity.
Ma'am, thank you so much for the wonderful session.
Thank you. Thank you.
There are some questions from our participants. Can I ask?
Please go ahead.
Our students has raised some questions.
Hmm.
Ma'am, how Indian knowledge system is used to promote the gender equality?
Is used.
How this Indian knowledge system is used to promote the gender equality?
Okay. See how it is used to promote gender equality in today's contemporary society is, we need to have a strong legal framework. Only through a strong legal framework and implementation we can ensure that there is gender equality. And then we need to have a society which is egalitarian in nature, where women are allowed to express their views, their voices are heard and appreciated.
Thank you, ma'am. One more question by our student. Women position of leaders and are divided between their role at workplace and that at the home.
Come again, woman.
Women position of leaders.
Okay.
Women position of leadershiping are divided between their roles at workplace and that at home. How the woman position of leadership is divided, ma'am?
See, as we all know, the position of women um, um, uh, since we all are in the patriarchal, male-dominated society, at home, again, we do divide. Our roles are gendered, they are stereotyped, right? You ask anybody who is the head of the family, they will always say it is the father. So, who is the head? However important you are at your work, you become the prime minister or you become the president. I was listening to Indira Nooyi's interview, and she says when she became the PepsiCo head, of the company, and she said she was very excited to go home and tell that she's been, promoted as the CEO of the company, and she is now the one of the prominent leaders of the world. And she comes home and she says, I was all excited to show my appointment letter, and the mother at the door said, please go and get milk immediately. Right? So there's no milk at home, so you please go and get. And then she says, "This is how I was it went on. The husband was at home. There were other people at home, but nobody bothered to go and get milk from the stores. So she again had to go back, get, and then she came inside the house and then announced it to the world. So they all told her, please, whatever you are, you keep your crown out in the garage. When you enter the house, you are a wife, you are a woman, and you need to take care of this."
Very nice answer, ma'am. Thank you so much. I have a personal question. Like, which education system is better for the women, ancient one or present one? According to you, which
Any,
education system is better?
any education that recognizes women, that respects women, gives her a voice, a freedom, her expresses her liberation, is good for the society.
So, like, current education system mostly promote the bookish education, whereas ancient used to promote, like you have given the example of Gargi, Mirabai. I feel the ancient one was better for us.
No, why? Look at Sunita Williams.
Yes, her
She
success
created
is like
history.
appreciable.
You look at our Draupadi Murmu, president. I'm telling you, as far as the society recognizes the woman, the education system respects and talks about the liberation and talks about understanding, and we have an inclusive education system, we are fine. See, because if you look at during the COVID times, many women suffered. There was domestic violence throughout the world. And then the husbands are of a very young age, educated. In India, I saw in Bangalore, engineers, doctors creating issues, problems to the wives, young doctors and engineers, their partners at home. So it's all that we need to encourage, we need to address these issues in our socialization. We need to talk about these. We actually have to have a cultural shift, paradigm shift, bringing about equal gender roles, talking about equal gender roles, talking about bringing the boy and the girl upbringing should be at a very very basic to see that they are equal and they are treated equal in the society.
Thank you, ma'am. Really nice answer. Satisfying answer I got for this question. I should say this.
It is not in our textbooks. We have to change. We have to change. We need to have a cultural shift in this understanding of women.
There is one more question raised by our student. I'll just ask that. Participant is raising a question.
Yeah.
Madam, one more question. Indian knowledge system uplifting the backward class women. Like, is Indian knowledge system is uplifting the backward class women?
It has to. It has to, because whatever they have been doing in their lives is nothing documented, or it has not been, appreciated. But now I think it is high time that we acknowledge. It didn't happen in that age. You understand, at the ancient age. But today we need to talk about every woman in the society and acknowledge what they are doing and their contributions to the society. We have to acknowledge.
Thank you so much, ma'am. I want to add one more line to this. Like, at current stage, when we are getting equal freedom, equality, now there is no need of like privileged as women. Like, we no need of getting sympathy just because we are women. It's okay. We are
It is
women
not
and we are
about,
strong enough.
we don't need sympathy. We need to be treated equally with the men in the society.
Yes, ma'am.
That's it.
At this stage, like there is no like I am woman, I need to be treated special. No, we are self independent
No,
and we are
no,
enough.
no, no. We are enough, but we need to be appreciated. We need to be
Yes,
talked
we
about.
need to be appreciated.
Yes, we need to be appreciated. Our contributions should be spoken, and we need to be heard. That's important.
Yes, ma'am. I love this line. Thank you
Yes.
so much, ma'am, for interacting with me and for having such a wonderful session. We are privileged to
Thank
have you with
you.
us.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you. Thank you for inviting me here. Thank you, Principal Sir. Thank you so much.
Thank you, ma'am.
So I can leave now, right?
Thank you so much, ma'am.
Okay.
So after having a wonderful technical session with Sudha madam, now we have one more person, Sampat Kale sir, Assistant Professor, SG Tata Institute of Social Science, School of Rural Development, Turzapur, Maharashtra. I request Raghavendra Kulkarni, Department of BCA, to introduce Sampat Kale sir to the session. Sir, over to you.
So, good afternoon, everyone. I'm grateful to introduce our today's resource person, Dr. Sampat Kade, Assistant Professor, Tata Institute of Social Science, School of Rural Development, Tuljapur. So now, coming
Raghavendra sir, please, mobile horizontal ಮಾಡಿ.
So, good afternoon, everyone. I'm very grateful to introduce our today's resource person, Dr. Kale, sir, Assistant Professor, Tata Institute of Social Science, School of Rural Development, Vijayapur. Sir has several responsibilities as administrative and academic over. Few of them are associate.
Raghu sir, it's not audible. I think there is network issues. Sir.
Sir, is I'm audible?
Yeah.
Raghu sir, go ahead.
Okay. Sorry for the inconvenience, sir. So, sir has taken administrative responsibilities as a associate dean for administrative affairs, Vijayapur, in the year of 2023 to 24, and a chairperson as a chairperson of the Social Protection Office. Sir started from the year 2021. Sorry, went to present, sir, and he is convened for MA and MSc in the Sustainable Livelihood and Nature Resource Governance at the School of Rural Development, and he is active member of board studies in the year of 2023 to 25, and so many responsibilities are there. And sir as working as a membership of several committees, like member of International Sociology and Association, Spain, and a life member of Indian Sociology Society of New Delhi, and life member of Marathi Samaj Shastra Parishada, Pune. And sir has published several research papers, and selected in the list project conducted and published are served as a member of advisory committee for a study on the impact of droughts catalyzed by the climate change on the delights, and conducted a project of reviewing partitionary irrigation management in Maharashtra, moving towards a member generic. And also sir has published so many books, like grassroots development initiative in India, and social transformation and development, agrarian structure and social transfer. So sir also have the chapters in a published book, like development induced in a dispersion and continuous depletive of a magnetite communities in India, from the page number 97 to 118. And also sir has the selected articles published in the journals and period. Sir is published the Dark Night and Days Awareness Parivartana Vastru in the year of 2025. And also sir published so many articles in the journals, like Issues and Challenge of Future Directions, Scholarly Research Journal for the Indisciplinary Studies, and also the Name of the Development and For the Sake of Development, a study of HO and the tribes of Odisha. So sir has the many papers are presented by the sirs, that is grassroots democracy development and the partitionary management of a resource, and also presented a result.
Yeah, just very briefly. Okay. So please. Yeah.
Right, sir. Thank you, sir.
No, complete your business very briefly. Okay. you can read the last page, okay, the number 21 or whatever maybe of my CV. Okay, so that's it.
Okay, sir. I'm very grateful that sir is a part of our session, and the sir is going to handle the further session. So thank you for giving the opportunity to give the introduction over here. Thank you all.
Okay, so shall I start, madam?
Please, sir, please.
Yeah, and if there is any technical difficulty, do let me know that. Okay, so I'm sitting in a Tuljapur. Okay, it is a small town, and as you know that Tulja Bhavani and
Yes,
Karnataka,
sir.
there is a Yellamma, right? So in the midst of this, okay, and today, so it's a non-functional day for others. Okay, but I have come all the way from my home to organize these things. Okay, from office itself. So first of all, I would like to thank VC Madam. She has inaugurated very gracefully today morning this entire session, Indian Knowledge System. Of course, the invitation that has been sent by Biradar Madam. I'm really grateful to you, Madam. Thank you so much. And introduced my colleague and friend, Vijayapur Madam. Then, of course, Principal Sir, all the madams, Kulkarni Madam, and Raghavendra, thank you very much for elaborative kind of maybe my bio sketch, okay, that you have gone through it. Uh, I hope students are there. This is a webinar, so that what is happening behind us, okay, nobody knows that, okay, and I don't know the number and things like, and there kind of maybe things. Only we few of us are going to be there, and sometimes it's an advantage also, but most of the times it's disadvantage that what is happening behind us nobody knows. Okay, so that, but I will be really very brief about these things. So it's not completely IKS what we are expecting maybe, and recently the debates or the discussions are taking place, okay, across the country and various other things. Because of the UGC guidelines, the NEP 2020 and the Viksit Bharat, we are I mean, most of the colleges and universities and department and schools, we are organizing IKS. Yeah, and it is a necessity also of this hour, and we have to well versed about what has been there, okay, and what needs to be taken, and how it is really impactful for development of the country, or development of the society or the community, and various other marginalized communities as well. So, okay, so I will just take you through this some of the things. I don't think there is any kind of any dispute, okay, is going to be there, and there is a disclaimer also that, okay, because this is purely to understand. Okay, the intention of this is to understand and how the various perspectives and the diverse perspectives and the diversity is being maintained through the kind of maybe our knowledge system. And the knowledge is knowledge. Okay, so there is no any other interpretation. There is a wisdom also. See, sometimes people say that, okay, because what is great and my culture is greater than your things. Okay, always that kind of contestation takes place in society. But most of the times, how do we create a kind of maybe an enabling environment by introducing the IKS or the Indian knowledge systems through the various programs, such as the social science discipline and sociology or economics or political science and all these kinds of things. So, and now there is one more debate is going there. Okay, people are talking about pseudoscience also. Okay, because whatever you new things comes, and immediately they would say that, oh, it was there. Yes, Pushpak Viman was there. It has been there, and we have been managing those kinds of things, right? So, like, there are a lot of things being said and shared also, and we will be trying and understand, and then there are a lot of debates also taking place. Okay, but my today's focus will be very primarily in terms of the civilizations and culture and its importance. Okay, and how really it is helping us, okay, to nurture or to help us in terms of the society or the groups and communities as well. Okay, so yeah, yeah, this is about the introduction to the Indian knowledge systems, and I'm referring this book. Okay, Mahadevan from Bangalore, I think IIT. Okay, and Vinayak Bhatt, and there are a lot of other scholars that they have been deliberating on these kinds of things, and which are very, very important. I also had an opportunity to attend the kind of maybe the IKS, some faculty development programs also in the last month and last year as well. So there is nothing as purifying as knowledge. Okay, it is the beginning of that through the Bhagavad Gita. Okay, and mostly people try to take these kinds of references from the various sources, and they try to relate with the contemporary society or the current kind of maybe the usage of all these kinds of things. Okay, in a day-to-day life. But I liked this book. Okay, that's why I'm just maybe beginning with this. Introduction to this IKS, and how really it is helping to soft subjects or maybe the hard subjects or the sciences, and interdisciplinary, because today's work webinar is interdisciplinary, how really economics or the sociology or Kautilya's Arthashastra is really relevant in today's era, or maybe the society, or maybe the culture and the civilization, how that has really helped us in terms of growing or in terms of maintaining the diversity in Indian context, right? So those things are very important. So do we need Indian knowledge system, if at all? Okay, because India has a long history. Okay, most of the times, in today morning also we were talking about history and historical aspects, or itihasa, a kind of maybe the things. Okay, the long surviving civilizational history and the practices known to mankind. So that is the most important thing. And ancient knowledge and wisdom is very important to our development processes also. Whatever we do, we always try to go back and try to find out that, okay, what is my root? Okay, what was there in the history or historical things? Okay, what is the present and what are we looking for the future things also? Okay, so these kinds of things which has been discussed. Okay, but most of the times there is kind of maybe a contestation on the basis of the ancient knowledge. Okay, or maybe the current knowledge or the wisdom. Okay, because most of the times we go in terms of literary and sometimes non-literary also. So whatever it says, okay, because there are a lot of knowledge which is there, and people have taken quite a lot efforts in order to conserve that knowledge or to take it ahead, okay, through the cultural traits and things like that, and the specific cultural traits that they have been followed. Okay, so basically then civilization, culture, economic value and identity are the core of our ancient knowledge system. Okay, so each and everything, okay, it's not that we can relate with the current context. Some of the things are outdated, some of the things need to be modified, some of the things that we need to get rid from those kinds of things. As Professor Kokhate madam was talking about, that what are those modern values and equity can be maintained, okay, in the current context of the society. I think those important issues that we need to deal in this current context also. So basically, how do we use this, okay, for this current generation? So it's not necessary that only कि कल से मैं अपना using the all the symbols or maybe symbolic interactionist kind of maybe things, and said that, okay, traditional and traditionality and things, and then, okay, transforming that into the modernity also. Okay, the Indian tradition or the traditional those values, or tradition and then modernity also. Okay, so there are a lot of things which we have been carry forwarding and which we have learned from our ancestors or maybe our families or maybe the value systems and so on. Indian knowledge system. Okay, there are three important aspects that we are. Indian means who are those? Okay, what are those things really? Okay, so that means, okay, Akhanda Bharata. Sometimes this has been discussed, or maybe Vasudhaiva Kutumbakam. Okay, means the entire, okay, this whole. Okay, so basically Indian knowledge system is very important. Okay, so basically Indian knowledge system is very important. Okay,
Next.
Yes, sir, you are audible.
Hello,
Hello, sir.
Suleimanji, am I audible?
Yes, sir, you are audible.
Hello. I don't know. There was a power cut or something. Suddenly, okay, there was a power cut and it got off. Okay, madam, am I audible? Brother, madam.
Sir.
Yeah.
Yes, sir.
Audible?
Yes, sir.
Okay.
Yes, sir.
Let me share the screen. Who is there? Please help me.
Sir, just click on present.
My screen is not visible, I think. Okay.
Screen is not visible, sir.
My voice is not audible.
Hello?
Sir. Yes.
Yes, sir.
Now
Yes,
it's
visible.
visible, sir.
Yes, thank you. Yeah. So basically, we are trying to get some kind of maybe the energy from our civilizations or different kinds of maybe the culture which has been there, and it has nurtured our day-to-day life also, and those value systems also, in order to have a maybe the good kind of maybe the order in society. Therefore, we are trying to understand from various systems that has been there. But ultimately, it's not only that the culture or the civilization which has been bulldozed on certain communities also. Okay, it has to be in a kind of maybe the egalitarian, which will be really helping to the each and every groups and communities. Okay, whether they're coming from the lower strata of the society or any kind of anything. Okay, so here are the kind of maybe the systems. Okay, like this Indian knowledge system. So I'm borrowing these things from the Mahadevan's book. Okay, so this IKS basically takes care of that literary and as well as non-literary. So these are the two important streams. Okay, in the left side that I am showing here, and that takes care of maybe the whole the dharmic traditions. Okay, in terms of the literary, and then Sanatan Dharma. Okay, which are core and kind of maybe the other. What are these core? That means the regional kind of, religious kind of maybe the philosophical things. Whereas the dharmic is all about the various religions, okay, the Buddhist or the Jainism and all other religions and their philosophy, and how that has really helped us in terms of maybe taking care of our culture, our civilization, or maybe the ethics and humankind's values. Okay, it has to be taken ahead in the current context also. Like for example, there are like different values which has been okay even treated in a current context, and those are very important. Then of course the non-literary, those traditions are very important. Only the literary, yes, we can say what is maybe the written or what is available easily. Okay, or maybe the various science and so on. Okay, but in terms of the non-literary, there are traditions and the oral traditions, and those are very important. If you see the Hampi as a site, and then you realize that okay, the whole Krishna Dev Raya, okay, or maybe Chalukya, the whole tradition of that Chalukyas, okay, or and we can see that okay, there are a lot of things which are literary as well as non-literary also. Or the chariot, Vitthal chariot is very important. the two wheels of that Vittal chariots are really important, because those are the symbols of today's, we can take it as in science and spirituality also, because both these really works, okay, in order to nurture, in order to help us. Okay, because I sometimes take it, because again, Vinoba Bhave, or the Gandhi, or the Ambedkar, or the Periyar, or the Sant Ravidas, or there are a lot of Bhakti Parampara especially. Okay, so all those things that they have maintained the oral traditions, like for example in Vithala or in Pandharpur Vithala, okay, more than 800s or the 900s, okay, the people have that history, and they have maintained all kinds of maybe the ballads and the kind of their cultural traits and things like that, right? And those are very very egalitarian, okay, in a nature also, and because there is no any other kind of maybe the problems, okay, and that's why people have been following those kinds of things in even these days also. Or maybe there are temples also which are maybe very important in terms of maybe a non-brahminical kind of maybe the ideas are also being taken into account, okay, like Tulja Bhavani temple, for example, or the Yellamma as a kind of maybe the deities of the people of Karnataka and Maharashtra and all other things also. So there are a lot of things which has been maintained and taken into the account, okay, through the traditions, and those are art forms. And that art forms, or the different kinds of maybe the food and culture and life and their practices, okay, or the traditions, or the, we can say, the folklores or the folk culture especially. Folk culture played a very very important role in terms of the non-literary, and that's really important, because many of the, because women's if you see that, okay, a lot of maybe the ceremonial things, whenever ceremonial things takes place, they sing a lot of maybe the movies, or kind of maybe the like Bahina Bai Chaudhary, for example, Bahina Bai Chaudhary from Maharashtra. Lot of Ovis. Ovis means, okay, while on the grind mill, okay, when they were taking or doing some flour of that wheat or any jar or anything, like, they used to sing all those kinds of things. And that has really nurtured, and that has really helped them in terms of, okay, taking care of that culture and the heritage, okay, and the things ahead in their life also. So basically, this is the base or the foundation, we can say, in terms of the Indian knowledge systems, and the religion also has played a very very important role. Like for example, this ahimsa is very important nowadays also, and Gandhi has also followed that. Okay, non-violence is the basic or the core value that has been considered in today's era also. And I think we need to take care of those kinds of things, because any kind of any violence, whether it's domestic violence or any kind of maybe any religious or any kind of any kind of maybe the things which are happening, okay, that shouldn't be considered, okay, in the current context. And how do we take it ahead, okay, for the greater humanitarian approach or the humanitarian grounds as well. Okay, so then here they all, what is civilization and all, you know that all, because great civilizations or the cultures and things like that. Okay, so basically those are Latin words, and the oldest kind of maybe the civilizations is stated as in Babylon or the Mesopotamian kind of maybe. Okay, and there is a lot of maybe the history also, because the culture and civilization, both the things has really nurtured or made our life very fruitful also, and human kind of maybe the development or all sorts of maybe the ways in which we are, okay, today we are helping to each others. Okay, so therefore this civilization is very important. Like most of the times we give the examples of various sites like Kalibangan, for example, or Harappa and Mohenjo-daro, okay, or these things. Okay, but primarily we are here talking about that Indian civilization, and that civilization has a really complex kind of and deeply rooted in historical traditions, ancient kind of maybe the traditions are very important. Okay, and that varies from customs and their behaviors. Okay, and that has really nurtured our social structure of the particular religion, and that has really helped, okay, in many ways. Then of course these kinds of maybe the discipline also, or it goes the beyond that, and definitely it helps in terms of geographical things or environmental kind of maybe the issues, or the models of different kinds of maybe the livelihoods and cultural traits. It has been maintained because of these kinds of maybe the civilization. And mostly people have been following, borrowing, imitating, and taking care of their kind of maybe this. See, civility about all, okay, the caste or the religion or any kind of maybe any form or any systems or any institutions, that's really helping us in order to, okay, to maintain the structure of the society or the systems of the society or the order of the society, adaptations, goal attainments, and all those, because those structural things, okay, that comes into this. Yes, yes, across the world, if you see the Mesopotamia kind of, okay, or the Egypt's kind of maybe the culture, or India, China, okay, or there are a lot of sites, okay, or the issues that has been, okay, very, which are treated as an ancient kind of maybe things, oldest kind of maybe the things, because our earth, okay, because like what you call it is, and maybe like in Africans and North Africans countries, or maybe these things, or South Americans, because a lot of things which has been transferred from one to another kind of maybe the geographical locations also, and the people have carried their civilizations as well as the cultural traits or the distinctive cultures also, okay, that they have followed, and through the trades or maybe kind of maybe the companies, okay, as you know that British East India Company, and we have followed so many things, and we have also taken care of our culture also, and there are a lot of changes also has taken place. So basically ancient river valleys, okay, so that has really helped in terms of understanding the different provinces or the pockets in terms of maybe their civilizations. So images of early civilizations across the world, if you see this, okay, uh, Harappan and Mohenjo-daro or the Lothal, or there are a lot of sites, and now that has been considered in terms of maybe our Archaeological Survey of India, or what do you say, UNESCO also has declared, or there are environmentalist organizations or international development institutions that has been taking care. Like for example, this is the Indus Valley civilization, Harappa and Mohenjo-daro. So basically, that has been the core of our kind of maybe the impact that is called culture. Okay, because the root is civilization, civilization, and then its impact is culture. Then we have a common culture also, but there are specific culture also which is involved. Okay, as per the different caste groups or the religion or their kind of maybe the way of life that they have followed. Okay, later on, and they have maintained also. So basically, but we always try to take some kind of maybe the kind of maybe the references from the Indus Valley civilization, because एक दिन तो प्रलय होना ही है, लेकिन अभी क्यों हम करें? And that's why people are becoming very conscious about our environmental issues. And environment has been really very, very important nowadays, and that can be considered, because if you see our glory, or most of the times we have been glorifying several things, okay, but we are not taking care of these days. Okay, basically some like Arabian Sea, for example. Now the mangroves, okay, mangroves is the breeding space for the fisheries and things like that, or the marine kind of maybe things, or the oceanography and things like that. I think that has really helped us in terms of understanding and the changes that has taken place over a period of time. I think that's really important, okay, in order to understand and how people have really taken it ahead, and how people have managed all those kinds of things also. Like in Egypt also, in many people have kind of things, or in the Mesopotamia or the Babylonian kind of maybe. Okay, those people and the whole culture has taken place through the kind of maybe the, like for example, Amazon, okay, or river basins also. Those are very important river basins, okay, which has really helped in terms of nurturing their kind of maybe their culture and other aspects also. Now, coming back to this, what is this culture and all those things? Okay, images from the Mesopotamia, okay, civilization. So how people have really nurtured their life, how people have conserved their kind of maybe the things, okay, how really they have really enjoyed, okay, in the different times or maybe different locations, or maybe the climatic and agroclimatic kind of maybe the changes which has occurred, okay, during those course of time. And definitely they have taken care of all these kinds of things, because what is modern and modernity, what we are talking about it today. Tell me nowadays these kinds of arts or maybe the crafts, okay, which are exist, okay, those are among the tribal communities, and mostly they are the people or the communities are the, okay, that they have been nurturing and conserving the cultural traits and the culture through various kinds of maybe their value systems. Okay, and they are not cutting the trees or the forest mostly. Okay, they are using it for their purposes only, not for the commercial purposes and so on. So basically, how to understand from the historical point of view, and then maybe how do we connect with the current context also, that's really important. Yes, we have a long kind of maybe this the historical okay, the valley civilization, and especially the uh, Gangas and Yamunas, all those rivers, okay, or the Sindhu, what you call it is, and then Indus civilizations and things like that. And therefore today we are talking about Indian, okay, because but defining Indian, it is again a very tricky, okay, because sometimes people would say that because a nation is in kind of maybe the geopolitical identity also. Okay, it's not only that national or in terms of particular religion or something like that, but it is a kind of maybe the notional, or we can say the geopolitical identity is also very important. And therefore we need to understand from the various perspectives, okay, whether it's a people's perspective or their tribal people's perspective or the various communities perspectives and so on. Okay, or what we try to understand from the sociological point of view also. Okay, so how it was really great in terms of many or the architecture and civil or maybe the amenities and things like that. Okay, because toilet, for example, take example toilet. Okay, in 15th century Britishers, okay, invented later on, but it was there already. Okay, many things were there. And the innovation, I think from these kinds of things we need to learn that innovation and the science which was involved, the brick making. In Maharashtra there is a place called Ter near my place, okay, Tuljapur, Sant Goroba Kaka's place. Okay, in 7th century there was a trade between Rome and Ter, people used to say, because of the silk. Okay, and because of these kinds of maybe the infrastructural facilities that has been Goroba Kaka, okay, those bricks, okay, or making those earthen pots, okay, very innovatively, and that has been maintained by the Archaeological Survey of India in Ter. There is a site, and now still the excavation is also going there, and ASI is working tremendously in order to understand that what all things has been there and how our civilization has taken place, or how our culture was really great, okay, in many ways. Okay, it's not just for the sake of maybe the glorifications or saying that okay, this was our kind of maybe the heritage and things like that, but what do we learn and what is to be learned from those kinds of things, and that's really helpful for us maybe in the current context. And therefore the importance of IK is there, and it is quite relevant also, like language, for example, many languages. Okay, because we learn from like there is a Kannada, or okay, there is a Marathi, so many languages which has been developed by the people, and those were kind of maybe sometimes it's a wisdom also, most of the time, because those people do not have any kind of any, we can say that scientific nahi hai, ye nahi hai, but most of the times they have been using it very scientifically, they have used it very scientifically also. Okay, how to use the different sources, okay, in the, during summer or winter or any kind of in the seasonality which has been maintained, how to store the water. Okay, like in Chalukya, for example, Krishna Devarai, you have a Tungabhadra river, right, Krishna river, a Kapila. Okay, all these rivers, or maybe maybe the kind of maybe the engineering and all. Okay, so it was there, and we have been learning from those kinds, like mathematics, for example, or Kautilya's Arthashastra. There are so many things which are there, and we need to learn from those kind of maybe the heritage or the culture or the civilizations, okay, which has been there. Yes, yes, of course, culture from sociological point of view, we try to understand, okay, the culture is derived from this word and that, okay, Latin and things like that, because it has been there. And most of the knowledge, okay, which has been taken by those traders or maybe the people, okay, from the various parts of the country, and they have taken it to the Persia or maybe the Middle East or maybe various other places also, and that has gone to again to the Europe, okay, and then it has bounded into the different books, and then it has again came back to us. Okay, but so many things were there. Like for example, people say that, okay, because we have a scriptures or many scriptures that we have been, or Indological kind of maybe the things, right? Or the many scriptures in terms of, or the mock epic poems like the Ramayanas or Mahabharatas, and a lot of other maybe the epics, okay, which has been there, and people have been focusing on those kinds of things. Okay, for example, Bhakti Parampara, I said that. Okay, through the Bhakti Parampara, Sant Namdeva, Sant Tukarama, Sant Gyaneshwara, okay, or the Vithala, and all other maybe the kind of maybe things, they have that kind of maybe the environment which has been maintained, the kind of maybe the harmony, okay, socio-cultural harmony which has been maintained, and that through the different cultural traits also, okay, and people have been using it, though it is a complex, okay, but there are a lot of traditions, there are arts, there are different morals, there are laws, okay, or maybe the people that have used in order to nurture our social systems and the society and the groups and things like that. So basically, people have manufactured all those kinds of things, okay, and their sanctions or maybe the different factors, okay, which are really man-made, okay, and that is part and parcel of our environment also. And we are also part of environment cannot be, okay, it's separated from us, because we have lived and we have been taking care of those kinds of things. So, okay, so what are these attributes in terms of this uniqueness of our societies? Yes, culture has very important, and though it is a complex culture, but it has played very important role in terms of tangible or intangible kind of maybe the things, or the different patterns, or the food habits at least. Okay, if you see the Tyohar ki thali, or maybe the dying wisdom, for example, most of the times dying wisdom, because we have a huge or maybe the rich kind of maybe the heritage, or we can say the wisdom has been there. Like for example, I can cite an example here from Karnataka's Madhya. Madhya is a place there is a person called Kamegowda, and Kamegowda has constructed the chain of maybe the watershed, or maybe the small check dams, okay, or the percolation tanks, okay, and that's really easily available. Now innovation, okay, what kind of maybe the innovation has been there, okay, so, and that is all kind of maybe the tangible things. Or in Chhatrapati Maharaj in Maharashtra, or in southern part of our country, okay, Shivkalin Yojana hai pura, okay, conservation of water, okay, that is also been part of our maybe, okay, taking care of. See, basically what all those knowledge has been there, and their values and the morals, their beliefs, their customs, okay, so those are really played an important role in terms of changing our behavior. Okay, log bolte hain na ki, because sometimes what kind of behavior is this, okay, ethics or the behavior, okay, has been observed through the various cultural traits. Okay, people have that role in their society or in different institutions also. Okay, so basically that has maybe it has nothing to do with in biological things, okay, but it is acquired human beings. Okay, so it is been learned, okay, it has been transmitted to one generation to another generation also. It has a different kinds of maybe the mediums of oral traditions and language and symbols, okay, and those are really taking care of our cultural traits. And most of the times language, of course, language and the different symbols or the oral traditions, like oral traditions, like I was going through some of these uh, spiritualities, okay, the books and the traditions, oral traditions, and still people have that kind of maybe the their capacities and capabilities in which, so they haven't gone to any kind of any schools, but they have maintained, and but they have a well-read kind of maybe the people, okay, like for example jalsa, okay, shahiri jalsa, or shahirs, or singing some ballads, or the povadas, or the lavnis, folk culture, which has been maintained throughout, okay, by the various communities in various times as well. Like for example now, Bhim, or maybe Bhim Geet, for example, there are a lot of people, they have been, okay, singing those Bhim Geets, okay, Dr. B.R. Ambedkar's, for example, how it was there. Vamandada Kardak from Nasik of Maharashtra's place. Then Kadubai Kharat is singing that with an ektari, okay, and saying that and spreading the message in the society how my so and so was there, and because of him, because of this, we have this constitution in place. See the kind of maybe the tradition that they have maintained, okay, like there are a lot of maybe the revolutionary things also are there. lot of maybe the movements, lot of maybe the changes also has taken place by learning from the various things. Okay, and that transformation of various cultural traits, for example Adivasi culture or the tribal culture, is a very very important kind of maybe the phenomenon. Like we have been celebrating like Birsa Munda, Bhagwan Birsa Munda Jayanti, or Tantabil kind of maybe the Jayantis. So now in a current context also, there are a lot of places where people are taking care of all this. Okay, it's not the culture, my culture or your culture, my culture is good and your culture is ugly. It's not like that. Okay, it has its importance during those discourse or maybe the times also, and that needs to be considered in a well manner. Okay, there should not be any kind of any inferiority or any superiority also, because there should be a kind of maybe a respect to the each and everyone's culture. For example, now you must be knowing that Vijayapur is not far from here, or Dharwad is also. Solapur is a city. Okay, multiculturalism. You have Telangana, Andhra, Maharashtra, Karnataka, and on top of it, migrated people also from various parts. But one culture, different languages, and different kinds of traits, and they are living together and maintaining the kind of maybe the various cultural traits also. See, the beauty of our these kinds of civilization is also very important. Okay, only the nagar is not only, or industrialization is not the only way. Okay, because science and spirituality will always go hand in hand. Whatever, whenever you fall sick, okay, immediately you go to doctor and say that there is a science. Okay, you do these things, because that is based on the empirical facts, development of the facts and things like that. Where you need some kind, then end of the day, doctor again will say that okay, go for some kind of maybe pranayama or yogasana, or do this or do that kind of maybe things. That means both the things are very important, and those are the two sides of the same coin, I can say. Okay, this is my personal kind of maybe the view looking forward. Okay, in terms of science and that spirituality. Okay, because most of the times the bottom of our pyramid, or the bottom of the kind of maybe our society, is a huge. Okay, and there is a real kind of maybe the culture or maybe the complexities is really there. Okay, so you may know that okay, Iravati Karves and the Tylers, Edward Tylers, and things like that, they have talked about how human society is being nurtured. Okay, through the cultural traits. Okay, and it can not be done in isolation, but should be okay in any different types also. Okay, so sometimes people say that my culture is high culture, low culture, popular culture, folk culture. There are different ways in which people try to divide. Okay, or there are some kind of maybe the ways also where people can always say that okay, superiority or inferiority or some kind of maybe that complexities are also there. Okay, so there is nothing called maybe the lower culture or something that, but these kinds of maybe the division which has been there in society also, and that one need to understand also that okay, how it has been really picked up from various kind of maybe the cultural traits or maybe the places. Okay, and how that has really helped in terms of maybe the kind of maybe the cultural okay, the preparations or the knowing the best okay of that particular culture, or maybe this culture or maybe known culture, or encouraged moral and political good. Okay, so that's very important. Or their literature, okay, aspirations of their high art kind of maybe the visual arts. Okay, or the patronage of the wealthies. Okay, aesthetically okay inclined people. Okay, like these kinds of things which has been involved in this, and the Western concepts mostly that has been there, but mostly we take say examples from the Westerns, like or and trying to do it in Indianized. Okay, or in the Indian context also, like Egypt, Greece, Rome, or Indian, or whatever maybe the okay, China, Persia, whatever you take the name of those kinds of things, it has been okay. And particularly those masters of classical musics or the dance, okay, or the writings and things like that. See, most of the times, like for example, these days many people must be reading Harare's. Okay, what is that book? Homo sapien, I think. Okay, but Homo sapien and beyond that, there are people like Professor Bhushan Patwardhan. I think he was a UGC chairman of our, and he's trying to problematize that how science and spirituality can go hand in hand. Okay, we cannot separate these things, and there is a huge, or maybe the huge we can say the history and rich history. Okay, through our various forms of maybe the classicals or spiritualities and things like that. But of course, there has been criticism also by the things. But only thing is that what is maybe relevant, what is useful for the greater kind of maybe the cause or humanitarian approach that can be considered, or maybe there are some kind of maybe the things which we try to learn and definitely get rid of from those kinds of things also. Yes, low people would say that yes, who's maybe sometimes cultural traits or maybe high culture and low culture. Okay, sometimes this has been romanticized also. Okay, sometimes maybe the games or things, okay, which has been also taken into account. Then of course popular culture, because these days students are very much inclined to this, or maybe they know that okay, how popular culture and things are really taking place, or the mass cultures. Okay, the what is that authentic kind of maybe the culture that has been produced, or the cultural factors, language, okay, various symbols which are associated to those kinds of things. Or take example of the latest, we can say the cinema and art and dance and things like that. Like in civil rights movements and the post kind of maybe the 50s and things, where people have started kind of maybe looking into the art and individualisms, and like Theodore Adorno, for example, in sociologically. Okay, the cultural factors plays very important role, and that has really helped in terms of transmitting through the local languages also. Like dialects, not only the language, not 7,000 language, for example, or various castes, various groups. Okay, see the diversity of our society. Okay, and that is the beauty, and how that can be really helped, okay, to take care of each other's, a caring and sharing environment, by creating not just a wealthy environment but the caring and sharing environment. That is really important, by spreading the different cultures. And if you see, we are part and parcel of organizations or institutions. Whenever we build any kind of any organizations, definitely we try to develop some kind of maybe the culture also. बोलते हैं ना बार बार, अरे उनका कल्चर ठीक नहीं है, उनका कल्चर सही है. Okay, what kind of maybe the culture, work culture, for example. And we have learned so many things. Or maybe see the political science also maybe today, or the mathematics, Ramanujans and all. Okay, or the Vishweshwaraya, all this engineering, so many things. We don't have to go, okay, beyond the 700 years and 600 years and things like that. But the recently also, traditionality to modernity also. Okay, whatever maybe the changes that has taken place or has occurred due in course of time also. See, most of the things which has been there, like entertainment, cooking, literature, lot of maybe the diversity which has been maintained through our cultural traits. Okay, and especially the music has played an important role. Like Gangubai Hangal, when Gangubai Hangal, okay, or Jaitirth Meundi, I know from Karnataka, he's from Halyad, I think, okay, your Dandeli, towards Dandeli and things. Lot of like Bhimsen Joshi, for example, in Pune and these places also. Because this has really helped in terms of taking the society to the different heights. And I think that we need to nurture, that need to be, okay, preserved for the future generations. What is sustainability all about? This is all sustainability, and it has been there. And how do we protect today and keep something for the future generations? And if you even you think about these things, okay, maintaining the equity or the distribution of the resources, okay, in terms of various maybe the opportunities, like creating equal opportunities, also part and parcel of these kinds of things also. See, most of the times we try to sensationalize it, but that doesn't require always. Okay, otherwise that will create some problems in society, and there will be a problem of law and order also. So basically, we need to understand thoroughly and very inclusively. Okay, inclusiveness has to be there. Okay, of course, in folk culture or maybe in different medias, okay, those are deeply rooted in our society. But nowadays, because of the pre-industrial society and post-industrial society, people have changed their forms of maybe the learnings. Now we have a media or mass media, or you have now what is called it as a the students use, okay, mobile, all those maybe the apps and things like that, right? But that does not mean that, okay, that is superior or something like that. Okay, and this was inferior, or maybe this has no value in the current one. If you see the big libraries, or if you visit near the nearest airport and things like that, see tribes, for example, or the folk culture is being maintained by our government also, or the peculiarity of that particular state, okay, which has been maintained, okay, through the various, like palace, for example, in Karnataka, definitely a lot of palace, Mysore Palace, Bangalore, sub, and then there is a royal families and their culture, their food, and their habits, okay, and the Raja Rasoya and their popular things also, which has been there, right? And that has been documented also, because they could manage it and they could afford it to keep the people and things like that, okay. And that's really helping, okay, in many ways, okay. Like I was reading these Tungabhadras, okay, and the Vijayapura, the dams which was built, okay, when I don't know exactly, but centuries ago, and that has really helped the people of that particular region, okay. So people have different kinds of sense, okay, and they have been carrying, okay, and taking it ahead, okay, to different locations through the migrations, through the trades, or through the various forms of maybe our cultural kind of maybe the traits, okay. This is the nature, common group of people taking care, like our in sociological perspective, we try to learn right from the birth, and the role of that, okay, is been played through the socialization process also, okay. Like all this ceremonial things right from the birth, okay, and the symbols which has been adopted, okay, and those images or the objects of the worships and the god and goddesses, rituals, text, and those kinds of things that we have been maintaining. And what is Indian knowledge and things like this is all Indian knowledge, not only the ancient, but there is some kind of maybe the what you say, the linkages between those kinds of maybe the aspects, that's really important in the current context. And I'm like, for example, watershed development techniques these days, okay, forget about for a time being that, okay, how it was, but has been there for many centuries or the years and years, okay. Now only we have been making it more popular kind of maybe the things that, okay, because of this we can have a good kind of maybe the rainfall, or maybe conservation of water and soil and natural resources and governance and things. There are a lot of things which can be linked with these kinds of maybe the aspects, but culture, cultural traits, socio-economic and political features, okay, that has to be understood thoroughly through the various institutions, okay, like whatever political science, for example, today, okay. If you see, there are maybe 300 years ago or 306, 350 years ago, okay, most of the times people have their kind of maybe the different priestly states, for example, people have followed that kind of maybe the things, or in political sphere also, okay, or they're quite maybe determined with their different kinds of maybe the ethical traits and things like that, or the communities like nomads, like in Karnataka, I think there is community called Kurubas, okay, Kuri means ship, and Kurumbas. In Maharashtra also, there are communities, separate communities, for example, we call these Dangar communities and things like that. So people have nurtured their culture, okay, people have transformed their culture for the future generations, okay, and they have maintained the kind of maybe their way of life through these kinds of institutions also, so that we cannot undermine the culture of the people who are coming from the lower strata of the society, whether it is in number, whether it is in caste or any religion or any kind of any their beliefs also, which we cannot undermine, because that is also very important, and to learn from those cultural traits. Take example of maybe the in Odisha, or you are in Karnataka's Mangalore, for example, Kudubi tribes. There are different communities, and they have nurtured different kinds of maybe their style, their way of life and cultural traits and things like that, right? So basically, we need to learn from the past and develop the present and look forward the maybe the egalitarian kind of maybe the societies, okay, which will really help us in terms of various things that we will be able to continue. So in a nutshell, because this is not the topic which we can maybe complete in 1 hour or in couple of hours, because it needs at least weeks and weeks or months, okay, because this is just an introductory kind of maybe the things, okay. But I thought that, okay, Indian civilization is very important, and of course the cultural traits are very important in terms of maintaining the diversity of the different cultures, those coexist, or maybe syncretic culture also is very important, okay, because Meljol culture, एक ही जगह पे दो दो चीजें किस तरीके से हो सकती थी. And now also maybe if you see the Canadian society, the multiculturalism kind of maybe the society, there is great kind of maybe the diversity, unity and diversity that has been maintained. We will not go into the any other kind of maybe the issues that has been really created problems in some people's life, but multiculturalism is very important, and that really helps in terms of diverse kind of maybe the society, and that manifests that okay, we will be following to each other's kind of, that means a syncretic kind of maybe the culture, okay, with the different kinds of maybe the orientations or the gender or race or sexuality, all kinds of maybe the things which are very important, and that will really helps in terms of maybe nurturing our institutions and systems. Why do we need to study all these things? Because we need to have a good systems in place or nurture the existing institutions through the ethics, through the culture, okay, through the attitudes, through the various forms in which we can take it ahead, okay, so that we can maintain inclusiveness or the diversity or equity or the belongingness, okay. All those things can be organized through the organizational behavior and our institutional behavior, okay, so that any language or any organization or any kind of any firm, okay, it has to be a culturally maintained also, and more inclusive also, okay. There should not be adverse implications of any of those kinds of things, and we cannot bulldoze anybody's culture or anybody's language or anybody. That is your choice, because as per the constitution we have that choice and we have voice also. So therefore it should not be any kind of any discrimination on the basis of these things, and therefore these values are very high, and that needs to be protected for the future generations, okay, and maintaining the diversity, maintaining the innovations, okay, many innovations, okay, or the people's orientations, okay, stability of the organizations or the institutions, okay. These are different kinds of maybe the characteristics of the organizational cultures. Emphasis on the outcome. Nowadays people are asking only that perform or perish, but that was not the culture of our organizations, okay. Because of this now work order or work culture. Now for example, let's take example, if you are coming from Bangalore city or like Mumbai, the gig economy, gig workers for example, or you call it as a platform economy, okay. What kind of culture that we are really establishing or maybe governing, okay, and maintaining the stability, okay, in terms of maybe these organizations. Innovation is there, of course, but see, most of the things, whatever you call it as a developed country and underdeveloped country, or first world, second world, third world, but in first world countries also there are also societal attempts and suicides are taking place among the teenagers also. Don't forget that, okay, only the India there are a lot of maybe farmer suicides taking place or things like that. It is taking in America also, okay, but that is not coming, and we are not known to about those kinds of things immediately, because how people spread these kinds of things, okay. So that is also we need to maintain and understand and to help each other. If we have that great culture, then why one person from my family is leaving? Why the old age homes are increasing? Why child labors are increasing? Why there are a lot of maybe the antisocial things are increasing? Because we haven't paid as much as attention or maybe the adequate attentions towards these kinds of things, and therefore there are a lot of challenges that we have been facing in our day-to-day lives. So there are a lot of challenges, okay. So tensions, conflicts, stereotype biases, discriminations, all these kinds of maybe the things, okay, our employees or maybe the people that has been facing, okay. In order to maintain these organizational values, that cultural traits or the cultural values are very important, and those customs or the different value systems and organizational value systems should be at the core, or maybe the core systems of our in building the institutions also, okay. This is something that, okay, we need to make sure that, okay, decisions making process, how it is really in a common or consensus oriented, what we call today sense in the good governance, for example, sense of directions and purpose and things like that, right? So with this, I think I will not conclude or I will not sum up, but civilization and culture is really important in terms of maybe the nurturing our institutions and structures and societies and groups and communities, those core values in the current context also. With this, I will stop here. So thank you very much for listening patiently. Thank you.
Thank you, Kale sir,
I
for such
hope
a wonderful
it
session.
was okay, because there was no problem, because only once there was power cut. That's why the technical issue.
No issues, sir. No issues. Thank you,
In.
sir. That's a wonderful session, sir. Thank you. Yes, sir.
I'm not audible. Madam, madam, I can't. Can you be a little loud?
Thank you,
or
sir, for
check
wonderful
your
session.
mic? Even I can't hear, madam. No, Kulkarni, madam. No.
Sir,
Sir, I'm audible, sir?
Yes.
Yeah.
Maybe, sir.
No, I can't. Can you hear me? Can you hear me? Am I
Sir,
audible?
yes.
Yeah,
Yes, sir.
but you are
Yes,
not
sir.
audible to me. Check maybe who is your technician.
Not audible, sir. There is no.
Sir, I think your speaker problem, sir.
Yes, Desai, I can't hear you. Please check any button or which is.
Thank you, Professor Sampath sir.
I
Thank
can.
you so much.
Thank you so much.
Exit adren.
Exit ಆದ್ರೆ ಅವರು ಸರ್ ಬಿಟ್ಟು ಸರ್ಗೆ ಮಾತಾಡ್ತೀರಿ ಫೋನ್ ಹೊರಗೆ ಹೋದ್ರು ಹಾಂ ಬಂದರು ಬಂದು ನೋಡಿ ಇಲ್ಲೇ ಮಾತಾಡಿ.
Please say something.
Yeah, Professor, thank you so much for your best insights.
I don't know what's wrong with it.
And very informative and thought-provoking session, ma'am, sir. Really, we have enjoyed a lot with your presentation. Thank you, and we expect the same or similar cooperation in the days to come. Thank you, sir. Thank you.
Thank you, Kale sir, for such a wonderful session. Participants have raised some question. Can I ask? Sir? No.
Mute ಮಾಡಿದ್ದಾರೆ sir.
Kale sir, am I audible?
No problem. Thank you very much. Thank you very much. I hope that you must be saying that only, okay? Because
Okay.
now the time has come to end this session. And thank you, madam, sir.
Thank you,
Principal,
sir.
Thank you very much.
Thank you,
Kulkarni,
thank you so much.
And then
Thank you.
Biradar, madam. Thank you very much for this opportunity. I hope it has really helped. If there are some questions from the students, but I cannot help, okay, because I'm not been able to listen to you, anyone. Okay. I hope it was not disappointing to anyone.
No, sir.
Yeah.
Why?
Okay. So you can call me later and give me the feedback. Okay, whatever. Okay. You can call me. Yeah. So thank you so much, sir. Thanks a
Thank
lot.
you, sir. Thank you.
Yeah. We can
Thank
see
you.
you in person. Okay. In future
Yes,
sometimes.
definitely,
Yeah?
sir. Sure.
Yeah. I would be really
When you
grateful
will visit
you
to Vijayapur,
to
sir?
meet you all. Okay. And thank you, madam, and especially the Vice Chancellor, madam. Okay. Out of her busy schedules, you could make it possible. And that was really very motivating to all of us. And thank you, sir. Yeah. Can I leave this room? Yeah. Thanks a lot. Yeah.
Still resource person are not ready. Madam, ನಿಮ್ಮ resource person ಬಂದಿಲ್ಲ ಇನ್ನ.
Sir, one more resource person is there. Professor Rajni Bala.
ಬಾಲ ಮ್ಯೂಟ್ ಆಗಿದೆ.
Good afternoon, ma'am. Shall we start, ma'am?
Good afternoon. Yes, I can hear you.
Shall we start, ma'am?
Yes, please.
Thank you, ma'am. Thank you.
Till now, we had a wonderful session with the resource person. Now we have one more resource person, Professor Rajni Bala Madam, HOD of Sociology, VUC College, Batla, Punjab. I request HS Desai Madam, Department of English, to introduce Rajni Madam to the session. Madam, over to you.
Good afternoon to all. I, Husna Desai, faculty and coordinator of English Language Lab, is my absolute honor and privilege to welcome you all to today's insightful webinar on Indian Knowledge System organized by Department of Sociology. We are delighted to have with us an esteemed scholar, a distinguished academician, and a thought leader in the field of sociology, Dr. Rajni Bala. Dr. Rajni Bala, Madam, is currently serving as the Associate Professor and Head of the Department of Sociology at BUC College, Batla, District, Gurdaspur, Punjab. Her academic journey is truly remarkable. She holds master degree in 4 diverse subjects: economics, sociology, psychology, and library and information science, demonstrating her vast interdisciplinary expertise. Adding to her credential, she is UGC NET qualified in 2 subjects and has earned her PhD in sociology from Punjab University, Chandigarh. With an impressive 20 years of teaching experience, Dr. Bala has mentored and inspired generation of students and scholars. Her contribution to academia are further reflected in her 21 publication and 85 paper presentation at national and international conferences. Beyond her teaching and research, she is an active member of several prestigious academic bodies. She is a life member of the International Sociology Society, the Indian Sociological Society, the Northwest Indian Sociological Association, and the Indian Association of Women Studies. Notably, she also served as the convener of RC10 Gender Studies ISS, playing a crucial role in advancing research in gender studies. Her specialization in youth in higher education and gender studies has made significant contribution to the discourse on social structure and empowerment. Her research and insights continue to shape policies and perspectives in these critical areas. It is indeed a great privilege to have Dr. Rajni Banga with us today. We eagerly look forward to her valuable insights and thought-provoking discussion. Madam is going to deliver on the topic Breaking the Glass Ceiling in Academia, Feminist Resistance to Make Dominated Intellectual Spaces. Thank you for giving me this opportunity. Dr. Bala, the virtual stage is now yours. Madam, please.
Uh, Thank you, Mrs. Desai, and I'm very thankful to all the faculty member of Smt.Bangaramma, Sajjan Arts College, and especially the coordinator of this seminar. I'm just Dr. Sudnaini Biradar and the principal sir of this college and IQAC coordinator. Thank you so much for inviting me, and I'm thankful to my friend Sudha also. She has already delivered the lecture. So I'm just going to touch another topic that we all face as being women. We all face in academia, and I will try to stick to 30 minutes you have given to me. And if there are some questions and answers, then I will be happily addressing those. So glass ceiling, my topic is breaking the glass ceiling in academia, feminist resistance to male dominated intellectual spaces. Just for your information, and everybody knows, but just I'll make clear for the students, especially who have joined this session, that glass ceiling described an invisible yet powerful barrier that restricts women from advancing to leadership positions in various professional fields, including academia, despite holding qualifications equal to or better than their male counterparts. Women frequently face systematic challenges that prevent them from occupying top roles. In India, these issues are further compounded by socio-cultural norms, caste-based hierarchies, and institutional structures that continue to marginalize women, especially those from disadvantaged communities like Dalit and who are living in some backward areas and who do not have proper facilities, which we all are having. Even though half of the student population in Indian higher education institutions consists of women, this balance is not reflected in senior academic or administrative roles. According to All India Survey on Higher Education 2021-22, less than 10% of leadership positions in Indian universities are held by women. This stark disparity reflects not a lack of talent or ambition, but systematic barriers that inhibit women's progress. So my paper dealt with all these historical and institutional and social barriers which are on the way of women, that they cannot go to that level which they deserve to be. Just quickly, I will touch the historical context that India's education history is marked by exclusion and inequality. In ancient and medieval times, access to education was largely limited to upper caste males, with the women and marginalized communities such as Dalits and Adivasis often completely excluded. The advent of colonialism did little to democratize education, rather, it formalized hierarchies under the guise of modern schooling. I always tell my students that colonial people, the Britishers, they try to focus on certain disparities and evils which are in Indian society, especially the sati pratha and child marriages and all these things. So where the women was the subject of the this movement and everything, then they, if they were participating, their participation, that the contribution has not been recognized in a systematic manner. There must be many women who are, because women can feel that what sati pratha is there, and Raja Ram Mohan Rai was given the credit that he was the main force behind, but there must be many women who will be contributing in that particular movement, but their name is erased from the history, intentionally or non-intentionally, but this thing is there. During the colonial era, a few reformers recognized the need for women's education. Savitribai Phule, along with her husband Jyoti Rao Phule, established the first school for girls. We all appreciate her, and it was in 1848. This was a radical act at a time when women, particularly from lower castes, were denied basic literacy. Similarly, Pandita Rambhai advocated for widow education and female autonomy, directly challenging Brahminical patriarchy. Despite these pioneering work, these women have done a lot for the education and for upliftment of the women, but they were tagged as social activists. They were not given the title of intellectuals like their other male counterparts, because they were also thinking on all these lines. And it's a very, on that time, it was really a courageous act to think and to speak on, particularly on this particular topics. After independence, while the Indian constitution guaranteed equality for education system, equality, but education system, excuse me, continue to reflect patriarchal biases. The University Education Commission of 1948 and 49, for example, also emphasized on domestic roles for women, stating that the education should align with the duties as wives and mothers. And so many in the earlier times also, and after the independence, when the equal rights were given to the women, they want that women should be educated, but at a certain level where their domestic roles and chores and responsibilities do not interfere into their life, and the proper support is not given. So I'll just discuss some of the theoretical perspective, because this feminist standpoint theory and intersectionality, they try to focus on this, why we need more and more women in academia. Understanding the exclusion, that is putting women outside the area of knowledge, and understanding the exclusion of women from academic leadership requires theoretical grounding. Feminist standpoint theory that says that knowledge is socially situated, and those from marginalized positions can offer unique insights into the structures of power. This theory highlights that women, particularly those from oppressed backgrounds, can challenge dominant narratives by sharing their experiences. Similarly, Sharmila Rege, she also extended this theory in the Indian context through the concept of Dalit feminist standpoint. She emphasized that Dalit women experience both caste and gender oppression, making their perspective essential to any meaningful feminist discourse in India. Their voices disrupt both upper caste, feminist narratives, and male dominated discourse, thus demanding a more inclusive epistemology. She also points that whosoever is feeling it as a uh, first hand experience, the people who have the first hand experience of this particular oppression and this particular discrimination, they are the ones who can write about that in a more impressive manner, because if somebody else is writing for them, they will not be able to put before you all the details what actually it feels like when you are discriminated on the basis of gender, when you're discriminated on the basis of your caste and all these things. So intersectionality, this theory was also given by this Crenshaw. It also explains that how multiple forms of oppression intersect. A Dalit woman, for instance, faces both caste-based and gender-based discrimination, which cannot be understood in isolation. In Indian academia, this translates into compounding challenges such as exclusion from networks, limited mentorship, and systematic invisibility. So these are the things where the women are put outside the field of academics and the field, and they're not allowed to go up to that level where the male counterparts they are given facilities for. So there are some institutional barriers to women's advancement, and just quickly point out some of the barriers which we have. That is recruitment and promotional despite increased female participation at the student level, systematic obstacles prevent women from ascending the academic hierarchy. That is, first is recruitment and promotion practices. Hiring and promotions in academia often occurs through informal networks dominated by men. Selection committees may carry unconscious biases that favor male candidates. Women are less likely to be mentored, recommended, or fast tracked for leadership positions. Secondly, there is lack of transparent criteria. Academic institutions frequently lack clear and equitable criteria for promotions, allowing subjective evaluations to dominate. Such opacity often works against women who may not receive due credit for their contributions. Many of us feel that when you do something, that is not recorded, that is not given proper documentation, and when you have to appear for certain positions, that is not counted even. So there is then work-life balance challenge. The absence of institutional support like maternity leave and childcare leaves or flexible work hours place a disproportionate burden on women. Societal expectations further amplify this, expecting women to shoulder primary caregiving responsibilities along with their professional roles. Then funding and research disparities are also there. Women researchers often receive less funding, fewer opportunities for collaboration. A 2017 study found that there are 2.8 male first authors for every female first author in Indian journals. So 1 is to 2.8. This disparity affects academic visibility, networking, and subsequent career progression. Then there are gender insensitivity in curriculum. Syllabus often overlook the contribution of women scholars. Feminist theories and texts are rarely misinterpreted, and when they are included, they are often treated as elective or optional contents. And then we all know that there is harassment and safety concerns. Despite UGC mandate for internal complaints committee, many universities either do not implement these structures or render these ineffective. So in all these circumstances, there are female resistance and advocacy also to this particular particular disparity and discrimination which is going on, and especially in the glass ceiling. There are different resistance patriarchal structures as Pinjara Tod movement and many online movement, Me Too movement. This Pinjara Tod war was dictated in Delhi in 2015. The student-led movement protested against restrictive hostel rules that curtailed women's freedom under the guise of protection. Their activism questioned institutional patronization and opened conversations about anatomy and surveillance. Then there is Dalit women feminist writers. In the bluest eye, Toni Morrison wrote, but then there are many Indian sociologists and Indian writers who have written, especially Urmila Pawar and Meena and Shanta Bhai Kamble. They have used literature and autobiography to document the lived realities of Dalit women. Their work not only serves as resistant literature, but also challenges the erasure of marginalized voices in academia. Then there are institutional efforts. Some universities have set up gender sensitization units and women's study centers. The Center for Women's Development Studies, established in 1980, continue to lead a feminist research and advocacy. And there are government policies also, as a SERB powered scheme. This has been launched in 2020 by the Department of Science and Technology. It aims to support women researchers by offering funding and leadership opportunities. Then in national education policy also, we all know it has been proposed the creation of a gender inclusive fund, and it encourages policies to increase women's participation in higher education. Then there is Beti Bachao Beti Padhao movement. There also now it's the importance of girls education that is given importance, and there are gender champion programs by UGC, and there are so many other programs. But the challenges are always there, that many times women are put into committees just to fill up the gap, because I have seen in my many of my personal experiences, all when they are making some good committee and some committee who's making decision making process, what will they do? They will put 4 or 5 men, then send, okay, keep 2 or 3 ladies also. So women are sometimes included in committees or leadership roles as a formality, without real power or influence. And when they are in minority, they have to go with the decisions which have already been made by the other male members. And then there is underfunding of women's studies. We all know many of the women's study centers, they are facing staff shortage and budget cuts, and this is becoming a major hurdle when we are going to do some research and something like that in women's studies. Then there are caste and regional inequalities. Women from rural areas or marginal communities, they face additional layers of discrimination, often being the first in their families to pursue higher education, and their families are not going to support them because they are not educated themselves, and they don't have even the financial resources. And if the women need to go out, they cannot go with them and make the secured arrangement for them. So all these things are coming in their way. And there is absence of data also. We don't have, because women's study centers, they are not getting enough funds. That's why there is a lack of data and information also, where we are lacking. If we know where we are lacking, then we can do something about that. So but there is always data on gender and caste and regional representation. We are not able to measure it properly and absolutely, so that we can know that where we need to work, in what field we need to work. So some of the suggestions in this field which I can give is that there should be regular audits, gender audits, which can assess institutional performance on gender equality and recommend improvements. Mentorship and leadership programs for women should be started, because if they are not getting enough training, then they are not able to compete. So this is lacking, because they cannot go out of they can't leave their children home, they can't leave their family responsibilities, and they can't go for far away from their places. So some type of area based programs where they are living, the local training programs and mentorship programs should be started, so that they can also get a good training as just like their male counterparts. And there should be inclusive curriculum development. Academic content must reflect the contributions of women and marginalized groups across disciplines. I'm a sociologist. In the field of sociology also, there are so many, as Dubey and others, whose wives were also very, doing a lot. But the male sociologists, they have been given their contribution have been recognized in a very, very good manner. But many of the contributions by women writers and women, Leela Dubey and all these, they have been, some under the carpet they have been put. So this is little bit disturbing, because it is not like that women are not working and women have not done a great work. They are also doing, but still there are certain hurdles in their way when their contribution is not recognized. Then they are not given representation in decision making bodies. Gender quotas or reservations can ensure that women are not merely present but have a voice in governance. So in many of the committees, if we make committees and internal complaint committee and all these type of committees, where I should not be saying this, but those women are kept who can listen to the administration. Many of our colleges and universities, we have seen that the strong voices are always avoided, because those women who can speak in an effective way, they are not included in those committees where the decision makings where there can be the decision making process going on. So safety and redressal mechanism should be functional and autonomous, and funding for intersectional research should be given. Dedicated grants should be there to support studies on the intersection of caste, gender, and academia. So all these things, but there are certain women who had made, we just can now talk about Tessie Thomas, who is called Missile Women. She was given the opportunities, and she has proved herself. She was the first woman to head a missile project. Her success in the male dominated defense science field is a powerful symbol of what women can achieve when given equal opportunities. Savitribai Phule, we have already talked about. Then there is Kamala Sofini, the first woman to receive a PhD in a scientific discipline. She faced initial rejection at Indian Institute of Science, Bangalore, and was allowed admission only after protest. But she did a lot of work and contributed to biochemistry and public health. And then Asima Chatterjee, she's a first woman to receive a Doctor of Science from an Indian university. Her work was on anti-epileptic and anti-malaria drugs, and it was quite recognizable. So there, whenever the women have been given opportunity to come forward and to contribute something, they have proved themselves. And there are many still who are looking forward for such opportunities where their voice can be heard. There are women who can, in the field of academia especially, because they have to look after their families, and there should be gender sensitive programs where they can come forward, but the other responsibilities should also be shared and taken care of by the state, and crutches and all these facilities should be given. Maternity leave and child care leave should be given, and the training programs should be started. All these things can be a good help if we want to break the glass ceiling, because if 50%, we all see that in women and girls, they get good numbers, they get good degrees, they become doctors and all these, but when it comes to the topmost positions of institutions and topmost positions of in our administration and state, then they are not taken. In all our political parties also, they will say, yes, we are including women, but we can see hardly 2 or 3% or 4%, even less than 10% women, they are included in the leadership position. So that we need to change, and it will change only, as Sharmila Rege has also said, the person who is the first hand information and the experience, and who is feeling it, who is a part of that victimization, that person should come forward and give voice to others and to his or her community. That is the only way to tackle all these things. Thank you so much. I will stop here, and if you have any of the questions, you're most welcome. Thank you.
Thank you, madam. Thank you for your insights on Indian culture and this one topic. So your lecturing was very informative and thought-provoking, madam. Thank you so much. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Thank you for inviting me.
Thank you.
Thank you, Rajni madam, for wonderful session. We really enjoyed this session.
Thank you.
Thank you so much, ma'am. Thank you.
Yes.
Thank you for your insightful session. For the presidential.
So now it's a time for presidential remark. Till now we had a wonderful session with a keynote speaker and four resource person. We are privileged to have such a knowledgeable person with us. Now I request Y. Tamanna sir, principal at Smt.Bangaramma Sajjan College of Arts, Commerce and Science and president of today's national webinar. Sir, over to you.
Thank you, Bhuneshwari Kulkarni ma'am. Dear esteemed guests, resource persons, and fellow participants from different parts of the state. Good afternoon, everyone. Am I audible, madam?
Yes, I can hear you.
I understand that after a series of in-depth presentation and discussions, many of you might be feeling bit exhausted. So I won't take much of your valuable time. Let me take a moment to express my gratitude. It is an absolute honor to address this distinguished gathering as the president of this national webinar. Today's discussion have been both enlightening and thought-provoking, and we have had the privilege of learning from some of the most esteemed scholars in their respective fields. So I take this moment to express my heartfelt gratitude to our distinguished resource persons for their invaluable contributions. At the very outset, I deem it's my pleasure to extend my warm and sincere thanks to Professor Jayshree Shivanand, Senior Professor, Department of Sociology, and Honorable Acting Vice Chancellor, Karnataka University, Dharwad. As the president of this event, I am privileged to express my sincere gratitude to our esteemed Vice Chancellor for their keynote address. Your address was a masterful blend of modern insight and traditional wisdom, reminding us how the profound legacy of Indian knowledge system continues to inform and inspiring contemporary thought. Your reflections on ancient texts, holistic approaches, and the integrative spirit of our heritage have the set remarkable tone for this today's discussion. We are truly grateful for the clarity, passion, and intellectual rigor you brought to this stage. Your words have not only enriched our understanding, but have also invigorated our community to fostering a deeper connection with our culture roots, ensuring that the rich tapestry of Indian knowledge system, Indian knowledge endures and thrives in our academic pursuits. On behalf of all participants, thank you for inspiring your contributions and for leading us with such a vision and wisdom. Further, we had the honor of hearing from Dr. Aditya Raj, HOD Department of Humanities, Indian Institute of Technology, Patna, Bihar, who presented on NEP 2020 and the Indian knowledge system. His comprehensive analysis of the national education policy and its impact on our traditional knowledge system has been both thought-provoking and highly informative. And I also extend my sincere appreciation to Professor Srimati Sudha Kokate, Department of Sociology and Research in Sociology, Bangalore University, Bangalore, who delivered an insightful session on gender perspective on the Indian knowledge system. Her deep understanding of this subject has provided us with a fresh and much needed perspective on gender inclusivity in traditional knowledge and frameworks. And next, we were pleased to hear from the Dr. Rajni Bala Madam, Department of Sociology and Research in Sociology, BUC College, who spoke on the critical topic of breaking the glass ceiling, feminized resistance to male-dominated intellectual spaces.
Right. Arab.
Madam, your presentation, very powerful presentation,
Well, with
and
this session,
spotlight on the
close up our
ongoing
joint.
struggle and the resistance of women, academic and intellectual domains. We also extend our heartfelt thanks to Dr. Sampath Kale, Assistant Professor, Tata Institute of Social Science and Rural Development, Tulzapura, Maharashtra, who took us on an enriching journey through Indian civilization and culture. His profound insight have deepened our appreciation of our culture heritage and its relevance in the modern world also. So, lastly, uh, sir has not joined, but in his absence, thank you so much, sir, for your attending this webinar. Your presence made us very happy. Thank you, Professor MP Baligar, sir. On behalf of the organizing committee and all participants, I once again express my deepest gratitude to our esteemed resource persons. Your expertise and dedication have made this seminar a resounding success. Your contribution will undoubtedly inspire future discussions and research in these critical areas. We are truly grateful for your time and efforts, and we look forward to continue engagement with you in the future. And I would like to thank our organizers, Dr. Sudnani Biradar, Dr. Bhakti Mahendrakar, and Mr. Suleiman Hattarkial and Kulkarni Madam for their tireless efforts in putting this event together. Your hard work has not gone unnoticed. With this very few words, I conclude it. Thank you, one and all.
Thank you so much, sir, for the presidential address. Gratitude is our culture. So now I request Sudnani Biradar Madam, Department of Sociology, to present the vote of thanks. Madam.
A very good afternoon to all. It has been such an honor to be a part of this webinar. On behalf of BLDEA Association and our institute, I would like to express my heartfelt gratitude to all those who have contributed to making this webinar success today. First, I would like to express my heartfelt gratitude to our esteemed Professor Jayashree Shivanand Ma'am, keynote speaker and Vice Chancellor, Senior Professor KUD for taking the time to join us today. Your insightful words have greatly inspired us and we are very grateful for your valuable contribution, ma'am. Thank you so much, ma'am. And I would like to propose thank you, uh, extend my sincere thanks to Aditya Raj sir, resource person of technical session first, Department of Humanities and Social Science, IITP, Bihar, who shared their knowledge and experience with us. Your perspectives and experience have enriched this event. Thank you, sir. Thank you so much. I would like to propose a vote of thanks to resource person of technical session second, Professor Sudha Kokate, Department of Sociology, Bangalore University, Bangalore. Your insightful words have greatly inspired us, ma'am. Thank you, ma'am. And because of you, it is successfully completed. You are the well-wisher and your kind words support. You can also personalize your response with specific details about how your support helped me. It's lot to me. Thank you so much, ma'am. So, ma'am, I'm really thankful to you. Thank you so much. I would like to also propose vote of thanks to the technical session third, Actually, technical session third is Rajni Bala's ma'am's, but due to some issues, I take technical session that is Sampath Kale sir. So I would like to thanks Sampath Kale sir for your insightful knowledge and your views, special knowledge. Thank you so much, sir. And I'm really thankful to the Rajni Bala madam for your precious time given us. I'm really thankful to you, ma'am. And my special thanks to our respected principal sir, Dr. Vaitamana sir, for being with us today. Your leadership, vision, and continuous support for the cornerstone of the success of the college. It is under your guidance that we are able to recognize events like this, which foster learning, creativity, and growth. Thank you so much, sir. I would like to thank, I'd like to take this opportunity to express our sincere gratitude to the IQAC coordinator, Dr. Bhakti Mahendrakar, our esteemed institute. Thank you for your presence, ma'am. Thank you so much. I would like to take opportunity to thank Technical Assistant Sulaiman Hatrikihar sir for your smooth handling of technique. Thank you so much, sir. And I would like to thank our Dr. MP Baligar sir for your gracious presence. Thank you so much, sir. And I would like to extend my I would like to extend my gratitude to BCA department and BCA student Janani and all my Bangaramma Sajjan fraternity and teaching and non-teaching faculty. Thank you so much. Once again, I'm really thankful to all. And, my special thanks to all of three resource persons and my mentor guide, the madam. Once again, I am really thankful to you all. Thank you so much. Because of you, it's completed. Thank you so much.
Dhanyawad. Thank you.
Yeah,
Sir,
I couldn't say hello to
Hi.
Rajni. Aditya is here. Kale sir is also here.
Kale sir.
Yeah. I
So
hope
you
you're
are the
doing I
mastermind.
hope you're all doing well.
Yes, ISS team is
No,
there.
I'm
So
not the mastermind. The principal is the mastermind.
Madam, it's my
Yeah.
pleasure. And one more thing is that shortly we are going to conduct this offline seminar. So definitely I'll invite you all.
thank you, sir.
Thank you for this
Thank you,
promise.
sir. Thank
Thank you,
you,
and all the
Professor
best.
Yes, yes,
Thank you.
Aditya
yes.
Thank
sir,
you. Sir.
Sampath sir,
Thank you.
and Madam
Yes.
Rajni madam and Kokato madam. Thank
Thank
you
you, sir.
so much. And we expect a similar cooperation in the days to come. Thank you.
Yes,
Thank you, one and all.
all the best for your coming events, sir.
Yes.
Thank you.
Coming.
Thank
Good
you.
luck.
Thank you, Aditya sir.
Good
Yes,
luck
thank
to
you.
all your future academic endeavors.
Thank
Thank you,
you.
madam. Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you, madam. Thank you, madam. Okay.
Okay.
Nice meeting everyone. Bye now. Bye bye.
Yes.
Bye.
Bye
Thank
bye.
you. Thank
Bye.
you.
Bye.
Thank you.
Bye, sir.
Thank
Bye.
you. Thanks a lot.
Thank you, and thank you, Dr.
Uh,